That was a bit funky, wasn't it, that one? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Online Darts here for Pro Tour Live. Myself, Jack Gard. We'll be joined by Phil Bars at the conclusion of the MODUS Super Series a little bit later on. Play due to get underway in a couple of moments' time. Hope everyone is well. Hello to everyone in the chat room. Maliki is in. He says had a flutter on Hector at 33-1. That will please Juanita, who is also in the chat room. Kieran is in. He says we're watching after college. Joel is in. He says, good morning, nerds. It's afternoon here, but we'll go with that for you too. Joe is in as well. Yara says, which boards are streamed today? Pass. I can't see that on socials as yet. I do need to get my streams up, which is a good reminder. In fact, I'm not even sure I'm going to watch all four. I think I'm just going to watch stream board 1 and 2 because of the fact they have zoom in functions. 3 and 4. If anything happens on there, let me know. Until Phil arrives, obviously, I only have so many screens. And the fact that I'm sharing one screen for you two in the middle does wipe out a little bit of what I can see. Afternoon, Davey. How we doing, mate? Joel says 8 a.m. for you. Rather you than me, mate. The only 8. Well, I wasn't awake. No chance. More likely to still be awake on a Monday morning after watching the NFL at 8 a.m. than I am at waking up at 8 a.m. But that's a different matter. Laura says, afternoon for very stormy Cork City. Maisie is in as usual, off school for fractured jaw. I saw that on social media yesterday, Maisie, you absolute wally. How on earth do you manage doing that? Playing tag, of all things. But we do hope you are feeling better very soon. Good to have you in with us, hopefully. We will see a good run from John today to make up for it. Ben says prediction for a winner today and also the Grand Prix. I've gone a bit beige in the Grand Prix. I said Van Gerwen beats Aspinall in the final. Until these 3 days of action, I probably won't change. Ask me again on Friday, and I will see if my opinion has changed depending on form here. Obviously, I know it's double start as well. Prediction for a winner today. He hates that first round draw. Bear with me 2 seconds. Let me see what we've got in total. We've got a nice little draw to start. Who needs a big run today? That's Tuffy. Ooh, I quite like... Do you know what? I'm going for not a rogue shout, but I think we will see Ross Smith win a Pro Tour title today. I'm a big Ross Smith fan right now. Ran into another child head-to-head. Jesus. Afternoon, Nazim. How we doing, pal? Not just me predicting the winner, by the way. Before we do get underway, guys, let me know who you think will win today's action. And as ever, don't forget to like today's show, subscribe to the channel, and comment below to get involved. You can only access our chat room if you are a subscriber to the channel. Yes, that is deliberate. Sorry if you're watching in the background and don't want to do that, but hey, it helps us. Any top players pulled out today? I don't think so. Just whack that one up. No, I think they're all in, you know. These guys will may have it. Why is it you can never find who you want on Twitter? The search function is stupid on Twitter. Normally, Darts Rankings will tell you who is there. Humphreys did pull out, yes, because of his back at the weekend. I did know that one. Do you know what, Kale? I had a good feeling about Gando, and then I saw he drew Adam Gaulas first, and I know there's history there, and I know he doesn't like the pace. The other place that's normally pretty good for it, there they are, Advanced Tennis. Silly name. Change your name, please, folks. Darts rankings on Twitter. Late entry change. Humphreys out, Taylor in. And then just changes compared to the entry list. Price pull out. Yeah, no Gezi. I think Michael Smith is there. I know Van Gerwen is there. Anderson is there. Aspinall is there. Obviously, Aspinall, key race for him this weekend, by the way, in terms of the Players' Championship finals, himself and Peter Wright. How could Phil leave Jack in charge? Because there's nobody else, Malachy. That's how it works, mate. You are stuck with me. Because everybody else has a proper job. Basically. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Give me my streams. Streaming board 1 is Steve Beaton, Jim Williams. I'll just run through the others for you. Move this down a bit. We need a featured game as well, don't we? Why is Barney not on the stream? More importantly, why have we not given Barney the alarm? Gian Van Veen and Mickey Mansell are on streaming board 2 for you right now. Streaming board 3 still says play starts at 1 o'clock local time. Solid. And on 4, it is Barney Jamie Hughes. Who's told me he wasn't on a stream? He can't go up there then, can he? Then be the rules. It must be Rob Owen Dimitri then. On the other one, because that's the only one that hasn't started. Let's go Mervyn King versus Daryl Gurney. What a game that could be. 10 years ago. Hi, Joe. How are we doing, mate? Also, I haven't had breakfast yet. Stop it. Opening legs then for Hybrex in 15, Daniel Closer in 15, Gabriel Clemens in 15, Jim Williams in 14, 17 for Rob Grundy. Cross isn't playing. Cross has done about enough at the minute, though, hasn't he, Laura? He's in pretty much everything he needs to be. So I'm not doing that on there. Right, there we go. Chisnell playing. See? No Chisnell either. So, yeah, nobody's missing. I knew Hendo was in. They're on board 4, on board 2. Right, it's Callan Riggs and Radek Zagansky on the streaming board 3 for you, if that takes your fancy. I'm just going to have 1 and 2 on. Now then, Tug, how we doing, mate? Winner of a vault last night, I see. Straight to social media, telling everyone how brilliant you are. Petresco's doing all right. 2-0 up on Jermaine Watt and Maynard, averaging 103, as is Gabriel Clemens over James Wilson. How are we doing, Kevin? Hope you're well, buddy. Tug says that wasn't me, but yeah. Tell us anything you, mate. Kim Hybrecht's currently 2-1 up on Stephen Burton. Barney 1 apiece now with Jamie Hughes. Streaming board 4 for that one. I can't lie. We've got darts game tonight in the league, and I've already got my team shirt on, so that I can literally put some shoes on and get out of here. There is valuable drinking to be done. Because you lot know it is Vodka Wednesday. Good to hear, Kevin. That's a big win, to be fair, over Martin Turner. Playing some very nice darts. I felt a bit sorry for him the other week, actually. He played in the Super Series, didn't he? And I think he had a great Group A. He was in excellent position in Group B on day 1 and just had a terrible day 2. Just didn't go to plan for him at all, bless him. But he'll be back. In fact, Turner will make a seniors TV event next year. The werewolf is in. How are we doing, Niall? Hope you're well, buddy. And levels up with Kim Hybrecht. Jim Williams currently throwing up on CB and averaging 108. Not bad for a player that doesn't like darts. A tribute. James, I'm not dead. You don't need to tribute me anything, mate. Mark Dedecker is also averaging 108. He's 2-1 up on Daniel Closer. Luke Woodhouse off his excellent weekend on the Euro Tour finds himself 2-0 down to Jimi Hendrix. Chris Dobie, Andy Bolton, 1 apiece. Dimitri Vandenberg against Rob Owen. Only 1-0 in that one. That was one of the slowest ones to start. 14 dart leg to open, and it's only 1-0 in that one. I wonder what's potentially going off there. Gary Anderson jumps his average right up. He's 2-1 up now on Adam Gaulas. I'm all good, Pete. How we doing, mate? Weather has just taken a turn, hasn't it? Laura said it was horrible in Cork. Niall says shitty weather there. It's not great here. But I am still in shorts because darts venues are just way too warm at the moment. It's just too muggy. For me, Gabriel Clemens is averaging 110 against James Wilson. He's 4-0 up right now. Jim Williams, 4-1 up on Steve Beaton, averaging 113.89. Are we in for a couple of biggies to start the day right now? Natalie says, good evening, everybody. How are you, Natalie? Closer levels up with Mike Dedecker despite being 12 points lower in the averages. That is currently 2 apiece. Woodhouse's day gets a little bit worse. He finds himself 3-0 down to Jimi Hendrix as Barney levels up at 2 apiece with Jamie Hughes. Remember, that one is on streaming board 4 for you. Callan Riggs against Radek Zagansky is on streaming board 3. The Riot leads that one 2-1 right now. Andrew Gilding, one of my tips for first round tie of the Grand Prix against Rob Cross, leads Neil Zonnevel 2-1. Daryl Gurney levels up with Mervyn King at 2 apiece. That's your feature up on the stream. Scoring power in this game has been brilliant from both. This is like, I forget so many of you aren't in the UK when you sit and watch this. So you're sat going, oh yeah, it's the first hot day of the season. Our summer's over. We're in for 6 months of misery right now. We did play the Barney alarm, Rob. What do you take me for, me? This ain't my first rodeo. Come on now. Is So playing? Mysterious So. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. Oh, no, wait. That's on the wrong bit. That's just on matches. He takes on Mike Kyvenhoven. He'll be on board 12. Callum Ridd's now 3-1 up. Jim Williams still averaging 118. Is 5-1 up on poor Steve Beaton. What have I missed in the chat room? Summer, what is that? This year was terrible. We had 2 very brief periods where it was way too hot. And then the rest of it was absolutely dreadful. Like, I'd rather it just sit at like 22, 23 for the entire summer. The minute it's up around 30, I'm dead. Like, yeah, not good at all. As a ginger, give me all the bad weather. I think I'm secretly ginger somewhere. I must be. Pale skin that just burns and then goes back, and I hate the heat. Irish, some of the range gets. Sounds like the Scots now. Can't trust a Pats fan. Oh, that's rude, Rob. Also, up the big first win at the weekend. Mac Jones doing the job on the jet. Can we get rid of the Barney alarm? No, Jarliff, it is here to stay. M-Dog says, have you been watching the WDF World Cup? I haven't as yet. Obviously, that started yesterday. That was my 1 day off this week. And obviously now it's on whilst I'm streaming here. I've been keeping up with social media. I'll be honest, their social media for this one has been a lot better than in the past. As Jim Williams wraps up the first win of the day, 6-1 winner over Steve Beaton, averaging 113 in and change. That was 118 before that, but a superb job for him. Imagine that. Jim Williams just hit a 14 dart leg and his average fell by 5 points. How is that even? That's ridiculous. But yeah, back to the WDF World Cup. I've been keeping up the results and very impressed with the social media coverage. I know the Dank Darts Union, the Danish Federation have been putting stuff on their socials, and the WDF have been pretty on it with theirs this weekend as well. So it's been a good couple of days for the WDF. The statement the other day was positive enough. The players now have enough there to make a decision. There is a tournament. There is all of that going on. They can go and get things like not quite tickets arranged because of the draw, but everything else basically in place. We know that the option for them to book their players' hotel is now available, etc. So, yeah, solid from that. The Kiwi pair have been awesome. They were the ones that really stood out. I thought there was another pair as well that looked absolutely solid. I think they fell in the quarters or the semis, which was a little surprising. But the Kiwis have been absolutely solid. We need the Johnny alarm. No, it'll just be bright orange. Do you know what? If we had the Johnny alarm, it would just be... Do you remember the annoying orange that was like one of the first YouTube sensations? Just screaming, I hate Raymond van Barneveld. That's what it would be. That would be the Johnny alarm. Emma's in. She says, afternoon. Hope you're doing well, Emma. Natalie says, I'm an Aussie, so 30 plus is normal for 6 months of the year. Bugger that. Which part of Australia are you in, Natalie? Poor Jim, not going to like the schedule next year. Along with about 50 others now, it's not a good look for a lot of players, unfortunately. Imagine if Jim Williams actually practiced, how good would he be? I'm not sure it's a matter of practicing for Jim Williams. I think, one, it's application and holding his nerve a little bit. And two, it's just, does he have the desire to go and do this? I'm pretty sure he's one of the players that has a pretty comfortable job and just doesn't enjoy the Pro Tour environment. If it was straight up Opens and then TV events, I'm sure Jim Williams would be even more of a threat in the PDC than he is right now. Storm orange status warning. Flood. My Alexa said we had flood warnings, but I don't live anywhere near the Trent, so I'll just ignore it. Who's right? Good question. I'll dig that one out for you. He starts against Joe Mernon on board 4. Also on that board, that's where Dimitri van den Berg currently leads Rob Owen 4-1. Willie O'Connor will play Brian Roman, then Peter Wright, Joe Mernon, then Richie Edhouse, Danny Janssen. Natalie's in Perth, same as Mr. Hatter. Interesting. That's where Kyle's family are from as well, before he moved. Riding solo all day. Only till about 3-ish, Rob. Bars is on the production of the of the Super Series right now. As soon as that finishes in Portsmouth, he will hop on to a stream here. Ricardo Petresco joins the winner's circle for the day. He beats Jermaine Watermain 6-2. Tug wants to know when Graham Usher is on. One of the best walk-ons in the sport right now, by the way. Board 7 against Ryan Meikle. Do not expect that to be quick. His last game on his board, Tug, so a little bit of a while yet. Luke Woodhouse is 4-1 down to Jimi Hendrix. Then Vladimir Anderson against Scott Williams. Michael Van Gerwen against Madus Razma. And then Ryan Meikle against Graham Usher. Oh, awesome. I used to live with Kyle. So when you remember that interview he did where he's like, I live in a house with a bunch of students. That was my house. So then I'll see the check out here from Jared. The 160 where he didn't like the lie of the first treble, so he's gone bull. Mark my words, Jared Cole, it's just going to click for him at some point in the next 18 months, 2 and a bit years, right? He has all the ability to go and be a top darts player. And he's put it together. He's gone away and done, not an apprenticeship as such, but actually, you think he's played in the WDF World Championship. He beat Martin Adams in the first round of that. He's been solid in the Live League. At one point, his B game is just going to go up a notch, and he's going to make it full-time as a Pro Tour dart player. He is solid. And he's such a nice lad as well. Dimitri van den Berg completes a 6-1 win over Rob Owen, 102 average for the Dream Maker. Rob Owen averages 98. Not like I can do about that. The same, really, about his Euro Tour performance at the weekend. Mad World Champion beforehand too. Yes, he was. I forgot it was called Mad. Kevin says ADC Europe is moving. It is. It's already got the qualifying events for the next series, hasn't it? And then I saw a post in the last 24 to 48 hours asking for venues that have 4 dartboards, at least, to host all year round tournaments. Now, I'm no expert, but 4 dartboards is the minimum requirement to host a Vault in the UK, which makes me think the Vault series are going to hit Europe and will have qualifiers that way rather than one-off events. So the ADC Europe is catching up with the UK. They're putting things in place. They're building their name, and then they're going to set up the Vault system too. If that clicks on all around the world, crikey, we are in for, well, grassroots darts changes forever, basically. You still have local leagues, etc. ADC Ireland is going very strong as well. I've seen Colin McGarry doing bits. He seems to pick up a title there every week at the moment. That system seems to be going pretty well right now. Just checking in. Daryl Gurney beat Mervyn King. That was our featured game. Petresco winning and Gabriel Clemens 100 average for him, beating James Wilson 6-1. We need a new feature game. Let's jump on the back of Gary Anderson, Adam Gowlass until we get the next round of fixtures, because there was a couple of people backing Gary for a title today. Kim Hybrex comes through a tight one. He beat Stephen Burton 6-5. All right, where's it gone? Just bear with me. What's new? Sharing deals. There it is. Price not playing? No. No price. Steak. Cheese and bean. Chicken. Cheese and onion. Coke Zero. Burton missed 3 for the match. Interesting in that one. Callum Ridds may have missed some for the match, but he doesn't miss the final one because he beats Radek Sagansky 6-4. Daz says, is Smith playing? I presume you mean Michael Smith. There are multiple Smiths. Yes, he is. Today is one of those days where the seedings flip. So it was brought in at the start of the year. So instead of the top 16 seeds always being first on the board, they've swapped with the 17 to 32. So we're seeing the 17 to 32s playing first. And then the third game is where we see the top 16 seeds. So that's where you're going to see the likes of Michael Smith, Michael Van Gerwen, etc. in that one, by Pro Tour order of merit, that is. So you will see them shortly. I remind you, if you do have a PDC TV subscription, you can watch streaming 4 streaming boards. Who is currently on those? We will see Bradley Brooks against Vincent van der Voort on streaming board 1. That's currently 1 apiece. Van Veen and Mansell is still 4 each on 2. Barney was on 3. Barney was on 4, sorry, and Ridge was on 3. So keep your eyes on that one. Jack says, Gary going loose here. Loose? DeSalza beats Damian Moles 6-4. There was also a result for Andrew Gilding, a 6-2 win over Neil Sonneveld. Let's drop the banner for now. Gaulas bangs in a max to start leg number 10. Boom! The only time I've looked up all day. Camera. Looks like we are heading all the way in this one, though. As your feature. No, back at MODUS in a few weeks. ADC spot can't get any worse than last time, provided I don't dislocate yet. That wasn't ideal. So the ADC spot from winning, or is that a Thursday, Friday spot? And then if you win your belt match, you get another week the next time? Because that's a big thing as well, isn't it? Becoming your regional area gets you on there as well. Oh, unlucky. Oh, I say unlucky. It might be nice weather wherever you are, Kevin, but enjoy your gardening work, buddy. What do you mean am I going to do all 3 days? What did I miss last time? What did I miss? Didn't do one Saturday, did you? Wasn't I with you? No 9 darters today. We never know. I'll miss it anyway, and Barzy will be back soon, so maybe. That's not. Where were we? Were we at the cricket? Is that where we were? I don't remember what day it is, mate. Had to have been a visit someone the World Cup back on how we get in. Must have been. When was the last Pro Tours? I did the women's series alone for 2 days, so don't give me that crap. Brendan Dolan beats Robert Grundy 6-5. Grundy very impressive in the Super Series of late and doing bits on the Challenge Tour. Not good enough to defeat the history maker right there. Have I missed any more results? Chris Dobie 6-4 winner over Andy Hamilton. Darryl Gurney that 6-3 win over Mervyn King. Luke Woodhouse is out. Disappointing start to the Pro Tour block for him, losing to Jimi Hendrix 6-3. Hendrix only averaging 83 in that one. Gary Anderson is not out. He beats Adam Gaulas 6-5 last leg decider. What do we have coming up for you? Harrow's launch looked good today. We'll talk about that one shortly. Let's go. I think that was one streamed. Matt Campbell versus Owen Bates. Sneaky good game. I might be wrong, but I think they might be talking about missing the first day of the women's series. Oh, yeah. That wasn't my fault. Everyone else was. I do enough of them. Yeah, I know. Have you watched it? I still haven't watched the Simon Jordan interview with James Wade, and I need to. In fact, I don't know when I'm going to get a chance. How long is it? Are they available audio only as well? Because I'm in Newbury in a week or so for the seniors, so I might just podcast it. Just under an hour. Yeah, I might whack that as a podcast then, audio route. Win for Mickey Mansell against Sheehan Van Veen. That was on streaming board 2 for you guys. Let's find that one in there. Right, get rid of that. Sorry, I was making my team's graphic for this evening. Bradley Brooks currently 5-1 up on Vincent van der Voort. How did that happen? Make that 5-2. Last time I checked, that was 1 apiece. Do I have a VPN? I'm not using a VPN, but don't say that too loudly because someone might try and hack me. Thought Nick Kenny was taking the rest of the year out. So did I, actually. But here he is against Owen Roloffs, currently 0-0. Good point. But yeah, I don't pay for PDC TV. I just use Jars, who uses it for tickets. 4 years and running. Never paid a day for PDC TV. And if that fails, I might try and watch stuff on Viaplay through a Fire Stick. But don't worry, I see everything. Still waiting on that Owen Bates, Matt Campbell game to get going, which is there. Why would they not? How do you think we'll line up tonight against Leicester? Good point. I think Kelleher will start. They were talking him up earlier in the week. They want 2 solid number ones, so Kelleher will definitely start. Too early to risk Trent. Is Bradley fit yet? Because if not, he might just have to go Gomez at right back. The young lad that started against Wolves, as long as he's not injured, he'll play centre-back as well. Tsimikas, new contract, he'll start at left-back. Maybe Konate, if he's fit, just to give him some minutes ahead of the Premier League and Europe. Midfield, I think we'll see. I think he'll start Gravenberch just to see what he can do. Maybe Endo as well, because he didn't play last week. I think it'd be Gravenberch, Endo, Harvey. And then up top, Doak will be on the right wing. He'll rest Salah. Maybe Jota, Gakpo, Jota off the left. I've got YouTube Premium. Although it's not £12 a month. £12 a year. You can get Viaplay through a Fire Stick. Yeah, exactly. 17? Oh, me and my brother split YouTube Premium because we're on a family thing, so you could have multiple accounts linked. Same with our Spotify. We split both. Yeah, we might have a spare one, actually, Jack. I'll give you YouTube Premium in return for PDC TV. How about that one? I'm surprised to see Jim Williams play. I thought he was too busy working. Yeah, indeed. I used to play at the OLA, which is down from the Crucible. Played in the team with Luke Humphreys. In Newbury, Kevin, there are many Crucibles. Yeah, I was always a bit hesitant on YouTube Premium, but I watch a lot on TV downstairs or on a Fire Stick, and just the ads just bore me to hell. You skip ads midnight. So it's ad-free, and you can watch in-box. So you know how you close a video, or you close the app and it stops the video, or it pauses it. On YouTube Premium, on the app, on your phone, etc., it will still play in the background. You can hear audio keep playing if that's what you want, but it'll also play in-box rather than stopping completely. Like YouTube that you don't pay for, you have to be solid on the app. And where I get that many bloody messages, it's a pain in the ass. Decent United win last night. I know it was only Palace, but team looked a decent performance. Amrabat looks solid for you guys. Casemiro had a great game. The problem is Casemiro can't do that 42 times a season anymore. But Bradley Brooks beats Van der Voort 6-3. That was on streaming board 1. On streaming board 2 is Josh Payne back on the Pro Tour against Mario van den Berhade. Afternoon, Anthony. Morning to you, wherever you are. Owen Bates next televised. I'm not reading the rest of that out, but yeah, you can imagine where he's going with that one. I think prime for prime Pekka would be... Rob, I have no idea what you're going on about, pal. Brian Packer Woods or Ronnie Sharp, who takes it? Not a clue. Should probably go back to the darts. Have we seen anything more impressive yet? Any boards streaking ahead? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 board 9s already. Jim Williams beating Steve Beaton and Bradley Brooks beating Vincent van der Voort. Board 9 is flying. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, Casemiro does get. Has anybody seen that Nicholas Jackson suspension already, by the way, for Chelsea? They've played 6 games and he's picked up 5 bookings for dissent. Is Matt Campbell's tour card safe? Good question. He's 51st on the tour card race with provisional money. Cut-off is looking around 60, 65k is the 2 at the moment. Campbell's on 87. So, yeah, for at least this year, Matt Campbell will be safe. I'm not disappointed in Matt Campbell, but I do want to see more from him. Just a petulant child. Why is there no sound? Was that because I was quiet for a little bit, or are you asking for the background music? Your finger. That one wasn't free. That's ours. Oh, you had YouTube on mute. Anyway, I'll put some background music on for now until Pars gets here. When there's 2 of us, that will change again. Try to drop that as low as possible, depending on what volume you've got me on. Other than that, it comes through really loud here, and then I'm a bit worried about how loud it is for you. What do you make of K-Flex and Condor not happy? I bet Condor aren't happy. It does look very, very similar, even to the point where the bits that target, show that rotate and flex, that's where it cuts in on the Condor system. I've actually been throwing the Condor system again for the last couple of days, downstairs on my other set. But when my food arrives and or bars arrives, I will go and get my darts to feel the similarities. Are we going to go to Q School to interview players? No. No, it's under C. Can you grab my darts out the board as well, please? Cheers, Jar. Full of compliments today. Just bought some Condors darts. Darts Corner had them on sale. Which Condors did you buy though, Kevin? Because there's 2 types for the Condors. There is zero stress and there is the Condor Axe system. So the zero stress are a little bit more rubbery and they've got a lot more bend in them. The Condor Axe system is solid, so you won't get any movement from that. So what I found when I used them previously, I had them on a different dart than what I'm throwing at the moment, and my action was a bit all over the place, is that I was getting a lot of deflections with the solid system. I'm going to try and see what I can do with them again at the moment. But yeah, the zero stress are bendy, so I tried them first and then got, because they were slightly cheaper, I think, and then got my hands on a set of the Axe. I've tried them all basically. I've tried a set of the Q-Sol ones that move up and down. I've got a set of James Richardson's downstairs. I've tried the L style. I really like the L style, but I just needed something different, so I went back to just normal flying stem recently. I've tried Harrow's Click. I haven't tried the Target 8 or the Robsons actually. I even tried, back in the day, Unicorn used to have a two-piece one that used to slot together. I tried that as well, different colour combinations, but L-Style was good, because L-Style comes solid. The Harrow's click system, I like, and I threw that for a long, long time until I got my hands on the L-Style ones from someone I played on the Seniors Tour, actually. The Harrows seem to, you need a little rubber ring in there to stop them from spinning. So I don't like that at all, because that's just a bit more of a faff to set up. I've thrown, same with the Cosmos, actually. I did not like the Cosmos at all. They were like one of the first, really, to go down that route. The stem setup and actually clicking it on was probably nicer. I thought taking them apart was a pain in the ass. You just ended up bending your flight. That was awful. Did you bring the darts up? Thank you. Sorry, my Greg just arrived. I've not spoken about darts at all. Yeah, Cosmos used to rip really easily. I didn't like taking them back off. And again, they were ones that used to spin. So you used to have to put the little rubber rings in there to stop that from happening. So they were the ones I liked the least, probably, despite being one of the pricier ones. They're a pain in the ass to get hold of. And they probably had more variation in shape than any of the others. Let me know what you're using, by the way, in the chat room. Let's see what setups you're using. If you are using a traditional flight and stem, a plastic one, an aluminium stem. I never liked metal stems at all. They were one thing I got away from straight away. Or if you're using molded, because I seem to think at the moment that a lot of grassroots is using molded, and a lot of the women's players seem to be using molded, but it hasn't quite taken off. At the very, very top level of the PDC. But I think if one of those players made a move and it paid off for them, then I think everybody else would start to follow. Oh, wow, she's bought them all up. Oh, yes. Red, preferably now. So, yeah, so I actually have 3 different sets on 3 different darts right now. So, these are the L-Style ones that I threw for a while. They're really solid, really rigid. They last forever. I quite like the fact that there's a solid part on the stem where it just sits on. That does reduce bounce outs and darts piercing in. Unless you get it at such a weird angle, getting darts stuck in there is almost impossible on an L-Style one. So that's a good bonus. They're quite expensive. They sold out for quite a while in the UK of various designs. I was quite specific. The problem with a lot of the L-Style ones is they're designed for specific players rather than just having, or they were when I was throwing them, they didn't really have any generic styling. It was always, there was a couple of this style one, but everything else was a player or a brand or a logo or a flag of some sort. And I want them to expand their range a bit in terms of what I like from a dart flight visually. These are the Harrow's Click. These are currently on the Jim McEwen darts that I have. He's one of the players that uses a stupid coin. But I picked these up in Portsmouth when I was down there with him once. And they went really well. As you can see, so this one doesn't have a ring in it, but this one does. So that's pretty solid, but it's not perfect. They're quite solid to take off, but when they do, they're okay. I find that these ones can be pierced. You can wedge a flight, a point in there if you throw it with enough force, and then they split and then they don't sit on at all. So that's a pain in the backside in that regard. What I have gone back to is the Condor Axe for the last 2 days or so. These are on my Adrian Lewis's. So where the target, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this up close, but where the target K-flex thing, rotation that says it twists out the way for each other, there is that similar design on the shaft of this. There's like indents. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see it at all, but I'm not sure how much more flexible the K-flex are compared to this. So we shall see. And after all that, I'm probably not confident enough to throw any of these tonight. So I'm going to go back to my normal, very short flights and stems for today, and then keep practicing to see which of the molded setups I go back to. Do you find you have to alter how you're thrown slightly differently? And then the other set I have, just in case this came up in conversation. I appreciate there is a Pro Tour going on, by the way, and the big boys are starting to play, but I think this is what people are chatting about anyway. So this is another set of darts I was throwing. The stems are slightly longer than I've been throwing of late. But if I do throw standard flights, I punch them all day. I cannot recommend that enough. Anybody that doesn't punch their flights, I think what are you doing in this day and age? But what I also tend to do, which you can't do on molded flights, which is something that actually made me change a bit as well. I'm not very good when playing a slow play. I hate it, especially as I'm one that likes to watch the board. So what I did a few years ago, and what's stuck with me whenever I throw this kind of setup, is I throw 3 different colour flight protectors. Now, I'm not that asked if I throw them in the wrong order, or if I look at the board and go, oh crap, I put the wrong one up first. But what I will do is I'll put them in a specific order when I stand behind an opponent. So that's my routine. So I'll take them out the board without looking, go back to round the back, and then when I get there, I will place them in an order so that I have a focus or a routine every single visit. But that's just me. So Kevin says aluminium stems are awful, they just bend too easily. I've not seen anybody throw them for a while, and if they do, I'll try and get them off them pretty quickly. I saw some aluminium that had spinners on the top once upon a time. Wasn't a fan of those at all. Tommy says he's throwing 21 gram Harrow Super Grip Ultra Traditional Short Stem, no ring, and small piece of blue tack holding a flight in. I've not seen blue tack at all. Short stems are kites. I saw your darts yesterday, Els, didn't I? Quite surprised that you used kite flights, but whatever suits you. Yeah, indeed. Natalie's throwing 24 gram of Mission Sabre stems and standard flights. Which ones are the Sabre stems? Oh, so they're the plastic at the bottom but metal at the top, aren't they? So the grip on the flight is slightly stronger, but actually if you Robin Hood it, you are in a bit of trouble. I've not thrown them. I'm not sure how I feel about them. I love the vector shafts. Are they the ones that have got like 3 ridges on them? Or I made that up. No, they're similar. So they're plastic at the bottom, metal at the top. Horizon rings and it's great and only 4 quid. The Classic 3 model, yeah. So it's launch season right now. Target's launch was last week. Harrows have gone with their Classic launch. Unicorns is coming up 2 or 3 weeks' time, I think it is. I'm fortunate enough that I'm going to be there for OD instead of Barzi because Unicorn is 20 minutes from my house, so we'll go with that one instead. Do I know what sort of darts Chris Mason throws? They're very straight, very standard darts. I think they're just a basic set of windmill or Harrows. Something very, very simple. Not sure he's ever going to get his own made. I think they're just straight out of the box. I'm not sure they're navigators. The navigators are quite popular. But yeah, Mason just throws something very, very basic. I can't remember if they're Red Dragon or whatever. They're not his own branded darts. He hasn't gone back to what he threw, but he has just gone. I just want to say Bristow style, right? So there's all darts can basically be traced back to 3 or 4 sets. You've got John Lowe's that are the bomb ones, Eric Bristow's are the straight ones with the ring grip, and a couple of other variances on that. These are a variation of the Bristow, and a lot of target players threw a variation of Bristow for a long, long time. Taylor's straight ones are a variation of that. Adrian Lewis as well, Rob Cross as well, similar along that line. Do Target or Condor do the normal standard style shape? I think the Target number 6 is slightly different. I don't know. I'll be completely honest. I don't think Congo do. And I don't really know the difference between NO number 2 and number 6. I don't get why they're that way round. Why can't they just call them Big Wing and Standard or something? Red Dragon Hellfire, mate. So yeah, something basic. Yeah, that's the ones. We need another feature game, by the way. Why is Owen Bates, Matt Campbell finished? What's going on there? We started talking about darts. Is Heta streamed? Because I've been looking at darts now. You saw on Friday. Is that just online, Nala? Is that in person anywhere? Let's go Heta Lukeman. World 3 or 4. Michael Smith is on streaming board 3 for you. And board 4 is Christopher Tyski, Graham Hall. So yeah, that's safe to go Heta Lukeman for our Aussie friends in the chat room. Any tips on repointing? It's not pulling out. I've tightened the bolts. At that point, Morgan, send them off to somewhere. A couple of companies offer repointing services. They will take your darts. They will take the points out. You can buy the points from them at the same time. They'll put new points in and they will send them back to you. No darts going off for that service, especially if you can't get them out. Because if you break them, you're in trouble. If they break them, they'll have to pay for them. I had some Cosmo darts. The Steve West once upon a time, a friend was was playing with their equipment. And I repointed them myself, and I found that the Cosmo barrels, the metal is really soft, and they've got a weird little within the point, the bit where the point goes in the end of the barrel. There's a weird little like indent, and it just splits the metal. How you doing, mate? I'm very good, Hendy. How we doing, pal? I'm sorry, I am gonna snack on Greg. I've not eaten yet today, and I'm gonna leave straight here for darts. We're absolutely flying through the first round, by the way. Run up third round of fixtures for the majority of boards so far. Let me run you through some of the results that I think I may have missed in that big discussion about equipment. Pascal Rupret is a 6-3 winner over George Hillington. Tony Martinez beat Jamie Clark 6-2. Owen Bates, a 6-4 winner over Matt Campbell. Willie O'Connor did defeat Brian Roman 6-5. Mike DeDecker edged the close one against Daniel Close 6-5. Said that one. Kevin Dukes was a 6-3 winner over Keane Barry, 98 average played 93, and that one good encounter. Bradley Brooks got a solid win over Vincent van der Voort. Chris Lamblin was a 6-4 winner over Adam Warner. It's been a tough few months for Adam Warner after a positive start on the tour. Scott Waits is a 6-4 winner over Richie Burnett. Battle of the Lakeside World Champions. Steve Lennon gets the job done over Ricky Evans, a 6-4 win there. Dylan Slevin, a 6-2 winner over Ronnie Hybrex, another player who is considering giving his tour card back following the news that Pro Tours will move to midweek entirely. Jeffrey Desman, a 6-4 win over Jeffrey Spiridans. A battle of Dutchman called Jeffrey in that one. Martin Clearmacher was a 6-1 victor over Kevin Burnett. And Ian White was a 6-5 winner over Rusty Jake Rodriguez. I'm flying solo until about 3-ish. Bill is currently, I think he's directing the Super Series today, actually. If there's any errors, his fault. But he'll be back about 3-ish once they've done their standard debrief. I think he might even be doing it from Portsmouth. I hope he is. Lee Evans, man. Not what I want to get asked about. He is. He'll play Christoph Kachuk on board 11. Next, Danny Knocker against Alan Suter coming first. And then Lee Evans will round out the board 11 action. The first round against Christoph Kachuk. If he wins, he'll play the winner of Alex Sousa, a guest on our show last week. Streaming board 1 for you, Dirk van Dijvenbode, 5-1 up on Louis Williams. Mario van den Bohada beats Josh Payne 6-4. James Wade 2-0 to the good on Sammy Van Schreib. There is that win for Dirk van Dijvenbode, 6-1 over Louis Williams. Averages 85, not a good performance from Louis in that one. Wright is playing well. That's an understatement. That leaves 4-0 up, averaging 115. Peter Wright is back. Even Bunting, first leg, 136. That an 11 dart leg. Send me a picture of his darts. He's currently got 23 gram target Dimitri's 30mm Swiss points with eagle grip, intermediate A flex. What is the Swiss point system like? Is it good? I know it limits to a target point, and I know that target points. I mean, I've got target points in a minute, but I've had history with them snapping a lot, and I want to know if changing to that kind of system would be beneficial. Probably, Josh. Ross Smith, not yet. He's on now. He's one apiece with Tel Aviv. What target points? Firestorm. No, not Firestorm. The fire point. I've not used the edges. I don't like the fact they just narrow too much. I'm using the fire point, which is similar. They're 8 quid a set nowadays. Do we think that ruling will change, by the way, though? As we understand it, a lot of manufacturers weren't happy when that rule was introduced earlier in the year, and there was to be meetings and discussions between representatives from the major manufacturers, the PDPA, the PDC, the DRA, etc., all those that were involved in making the rule and trying to change elements of it. That's what was on the night. I would have missed that as well. Because a lot of manufacturers currently, like, I don't think Target have a single point in their range that wouldn't be illegal next year on the Pro Tour. But Scott Williams beats Vladimir Anderson 6-5. Peter Wright's average, taken a beating. It was 115 at 4-0 up. It's dropped to 103 in 2 legs. Averages are a pain in the arse with that regard. Averages are a bit like golf, right? This is why a lot of people play stable foot or go for different things. One bad hole or one bad leg and your average is ruined. One bad hole in golf and your entire scorecard is ruined. But actually, if you were playing something like stable foot and you had a good couple somewhere else to your handicap, you have a great round, but you still got that big fat 8 on your scorecard on a par 3 somewhere. Peter Wright is just one away there. Graham Hall is thrown up on Christoph Ratajski. The Polish Eagle finds himself in trouble. James Wade is averaging 100 and is falling up on Danny Van Schip. If Wade's averaging 100, give up. I don't recommend giving up very often, but give up. Ross Smith 2-1 up now. Nathan Aspinall 5. Make that 6-3 up on Nathan Rafferty. The Asp back in the Pro Tours to try and make that surge to the Players' Championship finals. Boris Kuchma beats Josh Rock 6-4. Josh Rock in a little bit of trouble. James Wade, 101 average, 5-0 up on Danny Van Schip. Stephen Bunting, also over the 100 average. He's 2-0 up on Gert Nenches. Danny Noppert, Johnny Clayton, both 15 dart legs to open their matches against Alan Suter and Robbie Knox, respectively. I still find it astounding. Robbie is playing. Wasn't there that article in the year that he'd fallen off a roof or something and broken his back? And within 6 weeks, he was back at a Pro Tour. One bad hole could cause a lot of mental damage, though. Yeah. For all the recent faults, I've never once had a uniform point snap. The only brand I've ever had point snap on is Target. One of them snapped hitting the floor on tiles, which was my fault. It was naive to even doing that. I've had 2 break in the board. So you go to pull them out and just the point stays there, but it's snapped somewhere. It's not like flush pulled out. It just pulls out. Points got approval. Did they? Certain variations of them, I guess, now. Like, depends where you want the grip and stuff, doesn't it? I guess. And I don't actually know. There's that one ruling about how coarse it has to be on that one measure or meter or whatever that I have absolutely no idea what that means. So I guess unless they go around and check that sort of stuff, completely different. I know James Richardson is one of those that uses those points fan sheriffs and third arts off to a certain Australian living on the south coast. Won't be nice. No, who picked him up? Oh, I just tried to smack Alvin Kamara waivers on my fantasy football league, and someone had already done it, and I'm fuming. And we're looking at inflated 2-1 up Van Gerwen takes opener in 14 darts against Madders Rasma. Ryan Searle finds himself 4-3 down to Mike Ivanhoven. Ratajski's brought it back to Graham Hall, now 3 apiece. And Ryan Joyce leads Joe Cullen, the 11th seed, in trouble, averaging 87. And my pick for the day finds himself 3-2 down, averaging 86. Why do we even bother? I'm very, very sorry, Ross Smith and your fans. Stephen Bunting 4-1 up on Nenches. Martin Schindler, 6-5 winner for him. Labanauskas takes the opener against Devon Peterson. A battle of two players who have really dropped off a little in the last couple of years. Damon Heta looks to be well away and heading through against Martin Lukeman if he puts a big dent in this 1-4-5, which is exactly what he does. Jules Van Dongen, yes. Playing very, very well. Keegan Brown seems to be throwing a very, very similar flight to the one I showed you earlier. It will be interesting to see how a brand like Winmau and Red Dragon respond. Obviously, the size of them across both of them, they seem to be the only major and unicorn that don't have a molded flight and stem system. It'll be interesting to see if they come in any future releases shortly. There's only so much technology you can put into that, especially when, I said this earlier, the big boys still use relatively the secret to success at the very, very top level of the PDC is a straightish barrel dart, a medium length point, a medium or short length stem, and a plastic standard flight. There isn't a lot of variation on that in the major winners. Aspinall's darts are slightly different shape. Then you get Gildan, who's won a major, and Clayton, who's a little different. Someone had stealth stuff. Yeah, Unicorn used to have them. So they used to slot together. They used to come as a two-piece set. So that used to make the cross on top used to slide in. We need another featured game. We've got Ross Smith, Carol Sedler-Chair. Van Dongen's on the streaming board. Richard Vainstrap, Aaron Monk. Clayton 4-1 up on Robbie Knops. Van Gerwen 2-1 up on Madders Rasma, averaging 109. Now then. Right. Terrible ball too as well. Let's do this with you guys as well. Why not? Got a lot of Japanese players fans on Twitter and they aren't liking the K-Tech stuff a lot. Breaking, are they? And that's one of the places where I expect the Target 8 flights are really big in Asia, but they haven't really taken off in the UK. Real Madrid win. Oh, there you go. That midfield is just ridiculous. Barca are playing okay at the minute, but they are massively overachieving that squad. They're just going to keep getting hit with sanctions. Anyone backing against Madrid is what silly dude is the future. And he's here right now. Right, if you already know this, then don't get involved. But there is a new account on Twitter that I'm a big fan of, made by a lad called Daniel Strike. Dan the Strike is his name on Twitter. Go and give this a follow. It's at Only Dark Connect. But basically, it follows the TV show in the UK, Dark Only Connect. There are two different types of rounds. One is spot what links all four of these, or sometimes they give you three and you have to say the fourth one in the sequence. This is today's showing. So what is the connection between Merseyside, New Brunswick, Kent, and Brisbane? Now, if you follow me on Twitter and you've already seen me give my answer, don't spoil it for everybody else. Or if you've already seen this, you can sharp a little bit. But let's give it some time so that people can have a few guesses in the chat room. As I said, this is by an account called @OnlyDarkConnect. Don't give him a follow on Twitter. I really like what he's doing. He's doing a daily release of one of these. I've got some feedback as well, hopefully, via a friend. He's a former university student. Missed a double for the 9 darter last year as well, from Lancaster. Go and give him a follow. Give that account a follow. Get involved. Have a bit of fun. You have to quote the answer on Twitter. But yeah, I'm really liking what he's doing. I've sent him some feedback. Hopefully, that we'll get a slight change to it. So we'll get 2 a day. One is a teaser, and one is a more difficult one throughout the day. So I've already nailed today's. I got it literally the first time I looked at it. Yesterday's was difficult. 5 and 6 were difficult. 7 was brilliant today. Some of the early ones were good as well. You just have to spot the pattern. I mean, James Wade's one worked. There was a second solution to James Wade's 9 darters yesterday. And it was all about, if you split the numbers into pairs, how many segments around the board each number is. And it matched up to a different pattern as well. It was like the first one to the second one was 11, then it was 12, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, that was really good. Oh, I've lost the overlay. Genius. I'm going to put it as a graphic. There we go. Kyvenhoven beats Ryan Sells 6-5. What are your thoughts on the England captain playing in the Bundesliga? I'm a bit gutted, mate, because obviously my team were the ones that were key to try and bring him in. I still think that might happen in the future. But I'm pretty happy with our rebuild anyway. But England captain. Who? Okay, he can carry on, mate. Because they're going to play similar to the way that England are going to play for the majority of their games, where it's a big side trying to find creative ways to break down sides that are sat back and holding. So as long as he's got that there, he's going to find new ways to do that through that Munich team, and hopefully he'll bring it to the England setup. Or turn around and say, look, this is what I've been doing in that Bayern Munich side. We're playing against similar setup sides. We need to be more attacking. We need to be more creative. We need our midfielders doing this. I can't sit so deep, and bring that mentality into that England setup, hopefully, instead of just sticking around as a penalty action. I'll wait for the camera down to the side. It's football, mate. It happens, doesn't it? Why does Smith Neal have a UK flag and not England? Depends what he signed up with at the start. If he's that bothered about it, he can go to the tournament director and they can change it in his player account. I've done that with seniors ones before. Aaron Monk Vinstra to a piece by Michael Van Gerwen, not bad for a player tip to lose. He's 5-1 up against Madison Rasma. Next up on streaming board 2, Christian Kiss, Simon Whitlock. Jules Van Dongen continues to play the darts of his life. He's 3-1 up on Keegan Brown. Make that 4-1 up, averaging 100. How are you doing, Derek? Good to see you, mate. Hopefully I'll see you in Newbury in a couple of weeks. All good, my end, pal. Do you think we can retain the cricket 2020? We've got more issues retaining the one day, which starts next week, don't we? T20 I back us to go and retain. The one day is a little bit more difficult, especially in India. I like the fact we've got quite a varied bowling attack. We just have to get the selection right on the day. See, that comes before the toss, which is a little bit more difficult. I'm a bit wary about the batting lineup, just getting the approach right. Going hard from ball 1 is good, but I also think we've got a number of players in there that can rebuild. Someone like a Milan, a Root, or a Stokes has got to bat 35 overs for us. If we keep losing wickets, that's where we're going to be in trouble, just chasing too hard. There's still a massive benefit to batting the overs in 50-over cricket, and that's what we've got to make sure we're doing. But other than that, yeah, we still look solid. The fact that B team is putting 280 up against Ireland in what 20 over, 30 overs before that hanged off yesterday. Solid. Has turned up today then? Yes, he won his first game with 104 average, I think it was. I didn't say 113, I said 103. Durham will be alright now. You served your time, you've had your issues. And Yorkshire have come along and gone, actually, no, we're the new knobheads. So Durham will be absolutely fine. Don't worry about that one. Good to see Worcestershire getting promoted. But they've got no players next year because Notts have signed them all. There's a massive exodus at New Road and they've just got themselves up. I think they're in for a long season, depending on where they pick up certain players. Let's see how that one goes. Jay Foreman still at Notts? I don't know. I think so. Jay Foreman must have played for more counties than anybody else in the world. Oh dear. 20 hours. Well, that's not good at all. I've just seen what Josh has tagged me in with the K-Flex snapping already. Right at the thread. And if we're being honest, the point where targets points are most vulnerable is right at the join. And it looks like they're having the same issue with their new flight series. Next test series will be your opening bowlers be with Jimmy. I'm not sure. Where is the next test series, Daz? If it's in the UK, you open with Jimmy. If not, I think you take him as a coaching role. You hold him back and you just play him in England from now on. Roger edges through. Jules Van Dongen doesn't edge through at all. It's one winner over Keegan Brown. Jay still got it, Johnny. I'm pretty sure he's playing at Skybrook. And they're not. Yeah, he's still playing for Shybrook. Tom Allies needs Notts at the minute. Steve Haggerty, the Essex player, signed for a B team here in Super League and dropped a 29 average opening game. Solid. Yeah, cheers, mate. Had some on Ross there. I had Ross before play started. Yeah, a bit wary after that opening performance, but enough so far. Darren Webster beats Connor Scott 6-3 in what must be one of the shortest battles on the tour ever. Did you see the tweet about doing a World Cup for bottom 32 or 16 ranked football teams? Be funny. I didn't see the tweet, but I did see Tom Garrett react to that on TikTok. Would be interested. You know about Jay's old red darts. I do not know about Jay's old red darts. So I knew Jay through my former university captain, Joe Stimpson, because he's from Peterborough way, so he'd come across Jay before. And then he's one of them that I know of, but I could walk up to him and he wouldn't have a clue where. Afternoon, Tommy. How are we doing, pal? My one worry, Rob, with Jimmy is that he hangs around too long. Brody, despite all the conversations and all the times he's gone, I'm not going anywhere. I want to be back in the side. Every time he gets dropped, he runs to Sky, all the newspaper column he's got, and goes, well, it's not fair, etc. Has bowed out at exactly the right time for me. Although he could have gone for another 18 months, taking a few more wickets, but he's got his milestone. He's got his name in the history books. The only thing that could have gone better was taking Warner one more time. But other than that, Brody's done exactly the right thing, and I'm worried now that, don't get me wrong, this England Test side has been up and down for a number of years. They've been the best in the world a couple of times, all over the place. But there is a worry that actually Jimmy's personality might have dominated that changing room for too long. Wouldn't say that too loudly, though, Johnny. Thoughts on the World Grand Prix draw? I quite liked it, to be fair. I think there's enough there. There's one really, really tough section. I think there's a couple of others where that first section in particular, Rob Cross's record there is awful. Michael Smith doesn't seem to be in the hottest of form right now. I think that one's a little bit open. I think Dirk was in that part of the draw, maybe. Which, in our defence, we did forget to mention the fact he is a former finalist in the Grand Prix on Monday when we were chatting about it. But his was in the COVID year. So I think that does make a little bit of a difference because with the crowd going, ooh, when you're on a double, I still think there's a little bit of vulnerability to Dirk. He is one of the players that can implode quicker than anybody else. So watching that on a crowd will be different. I've gone for the same final as last year. I only realised that after watching Sky earlier on last night. It was one of the replays on Action or whatever. I think Van Gerwen will beat Aspinall again. I think Aspinall looks a better player than he was this time last year. Van Gerwen will turn it on. It's just a case of can Price get all the way. I think he's going to average 106 at one point in a double-in start, but I think he'll also implode at one point. John Henderson back on the Pro Tour once again, leads Adam Smith-Neale 2-1. Lee Evans, someone's asking about him. He's 2-1 up against Christoph Schuck right now. Callum Goffin leads Jacques Labre 2-0. Not the best start for the Frenchman. A big shout out to the O'Shea clan. John O'Shea currently leads Jose Justicia 2-1. That was 2-0 as I was about to start that shout out. We'll see how that one goes. Tom Taylor, 13 dart leg to open against Nick Corwell. Yeah, I saw that. I don't watch all of that. I don't watch a lot of darts, but I did remember that one. That was quite amusing. Best time for darts, October to January. Pretty much, especially in the UK. And I think it's designed that way. A, it's the back end of the season, back end of the year. But also, it's way too hot in the summer to be inside leisure centres or whatever playing darts. The Winter Gardens is the one that you get away with, but actually everybody does comment on how warm that is. Afternoon, Excalibur. How we doing? Yeah, you can't get excited about this time of year for the darts, then you're probably in the wrong place right now. that is what we are going to chat all the way through today's Pro Tour 2 more times over the next couple of days. Also, Aaron Monk forces Ada Snyder against Richard Means for 7 points down in the averages. Means for a will throw first, which double will right start on. Your guess is as good as mine. It wouldn't surprise me if Wright wins round 1 with a set of darts, changes his darts, and then swaps to the different opening double as well with those. And he'll say they fly through the air or they stick differently, so it's easier for him to hit. I love double 13. I'm 14. Do you think anybody else will ever claim? I suppose there aren't really that many out there to go after, is there? But do we think Mensah and double 14 is like that iconic pairing? Because everyone else goes 20s, 16s, or 18s, really, don't they? You've got Michael Smith that will go 10s because he loves that corner, but he also doesn't mind double 15. Double 17. Him and Whitlock. Whitlock's one of those unconventional ones as well. You could see Whitlock starting on double 19 if he really fancied it. Times have changed, Tommy. Oh, outside Old Trafford. I've read that's the Trafford Centre. Crikey. Yeah, outside Old Trafford. There's not a lot there, is there? Just one big estate, isn't it? I was at the cricket ground for the T20 against New Zealand earlier in the year. I'll be honest, I wasn't that impressed. We need another game. Let's go William O'Connor Timmy. I don't think that was streamed. Ridge is back on 3. Smith Neil Henderson is currently on streaming board 4. See, I haven't spent enough time in Manchester to be able to make that call. I am a Liverpool football fan, so I'm a little bit biased with that. But I also have done a couple of weekends in Liverpool. I've done bank holiday weekend there 1 year. Not bank holiday, firework weekend, and I've done a bank holiday there as well, actually. And love it. I think there's 2 main areas to go drinking, but actually the Manchester feels a little too spread out. Trafford Cricket Ground is crap. We were in the party stand for a T20. The atmosphere was flat. The toilet provisions is the worst I've ever seen at any major sporting event in the world. And unlike every other venue in the country that has started to use reusable cups with a pound deposit, you drink out of paper. It was soulless. We absolutely bashed them as well. Johnny Bairstow went berserk. Nothing. Yeah, come on, Maliki, you tell them. Only 33 likes, folks. Come on, sort it out. Don't make me put the banner back up. Where is Phil? Phil is working on the MODUS Super Series. I'm not sure if that's finished just yet or not. They will be debriefing and then he will be jumping on to help out for the rest of the afternoon. Wish I could say the same about the next 2 days, but he will not be on for the next 2 days. Because the session times for the Super Series change. They start at 1 p.m. as well. So I'll hopefully have other members of the team and the man at one point, and also a new member of the team, hopefully, as long as his university timetable matches up. So yeah, that should be good for us. So I went, when did I go? Bank Holiday 2015, I think, Rob? Matthew Street was okay. We went there first night. Concert Square, though, is just Concert Square on a summer afternoon / early evening, just as the sun starts setting, the temperature starts going. You can order drinks from any of the bars. You've got 3 different clubs there. You've got a Spoons in the corner. Like, you cannot beat it. I've been to Manchester, so I met Cam for a drink at one of the sports bars. I've been to the Trafford Centre, and I've been to the cricket, etc. I just feel like it feels way too stretched out everywhere. Jeff Smith just hit a 9-darter. Of course he did. I can't even see his game. To win it. Am I going blind? Jeff Smith isn't on the screen right now, is he? 9-darter to win it against Ross Montgomery. Fair play, Jeff Smith. Which, by the way, game over last leg. Get that one. Oh, yes, he'll be back soon. Jeff Smith is your hint for this. We brought this up earlier. This is a new account on Twitter called Only Darknet. He posts daily quiz questions, one a day. You have to spot the connection between these 4 things in the boxes. Sometimes there will only be 3 on screen, and the 4th will be a question mark, and they'll be in a sequence. But this one is what connects all 4 of these things. Jeff Smith is your hint for that one. The FC ground is far superior to Everton. It is for now, Tommy. I'm a little bit wary about that new stadium down by the docks. It looks lovely, but it will look even better in the Championship, which is where they're heading. Christian Kids beat Simon Whitlock 6-2. There was another win there. New Brunswick is where Jeff Smith is from, correct? So work out what the other 3 represent, and then tell me what the answer is. John O'Shea does lead Jose Justicia 5-3. Christoph Kachuk 4 apiece with Lee Evans. Menzel Stulovic 5-3 up on Florian Hempel. Dom Taylor leads Nick Fulwell 4-1. Ryan Meek with 3-1 up on Graham Usher. And that will wrap up our 1-2-8. Everton are in a position where they are fortunate there are worse. Same like Forest last year and Everton last year, to be fair. They were graced by the fact that there were 3 even worse teams. And they are a terrible side, but the presence of even worse sides will keep them up. See, JVD has a clash with DVD if he can work versus Jeffrey as well. On the screen as yet, but I might be coming up shortly. They could, but the fact that there's so many teams competing for low points this season means they'll pick up points off each other, and that should be enough. They can't all get low points. If somebody like Luton go and beat Sheffield twice, they're already on 6. Derby didn't really have anybody else equally as bad as them to take points off. SA. Who's we, Rob? How things change. There's that result that flies around, isn't there? That's Man City losing 9-1 to somebody absolutely dreadful in the Prem. And now look at them, absolutely flying. I think Burnley will be okay. Company might have to change something in January, but at the moment, keep doing what they're doing. Will come off for them. I think they are the better side of the two that came up. So even if they go and take 3 points off those two sides they came up with, they're on 12 points. They'll be fine. Sunderland. Would have been a stretch to go back to back, though, wouldn't it? Or close to back to back. I think you need more time in each league to bed in a better squad, or you just end up flying straight back down. Dom Taylor, a 6-1 win over Nick, 400 average for him. Just 2 games remain in the opening round. Meikle 4 up against Graham Usher. Lee Evans 5-4 up on Christopher Chuck. We've got a fair few games underway now in the last 64. Callum Ridge leading 3-1. That's on one of the streaming boards. Can't remember which one. Gilding 3-2 up on Tony Martinez. Vandenberg, O'Connor level at 3 apiece. Jim Williams averaged 100 and something earlier. It was quite a lot. He's currently averaging 75 against Bradley Brooks. He is 2-1 up in that one. I'm optimistic about our chances of mounting a title challenge. We are 16 unbeaten in the Premier League. I think a lot of people have written that off when you consider that was the back end of a season where we weren't great. We've also had a full midfield rebuild over the summer, and we're still there. We're still a little bit shaky at the back. We're still conceding chances. We're still conceding a goal every game, but we're putting lots of goals past good teams. 3-1 against West Ham, good result. 2-1 against Newcastle from behind with 10 men, good result, right? As long as you're getting away with that, the more and more this team gels and they start to learn their roles, etc., the more and more I think we're in with a chance. The problem is, other sides just seem to roll over for City. And they always have done. And this isn't we're so hard done by, I'm a Liverpool fan conversation. But more fan bases and more teams, it feels like, want to put a dent in our chance of doing anything than Man City. They're just happy to just accept just how good Man City are and go, actually, a point against them is a good result. They don't come out flying, they sit back and they seem to change their way and go, right, damage limitation from moment 1 against Man City, where against us, they come out, try and play and do a job on us. Arnie's back. And he wins the first leg in 11 darts against Owen Bates. Peter Wright must be using a goalie. He threw straight barrel darts in the World Series, didn't he? He seems to have settled on them the last few times we've seen him play. It's just a case of getting that consistency in practice right now, isn't it? But I wouldn't bet against it. Kevin Doots takes apron against Daryl Gurney in 13 darts. Petretsko 4-0 up on Dylan Slevin. Jim Williams now 3-1 up on Bradley Brooks. Ryan Meikle beats Graham Usher 6-1. And that last result we were waiting on was Lee Evans. He got a 6-4 win over Christoph Kachuk. Clearmaker seems injured. Is that streaming board 3? I've only got 1 and 2 open. Don't want to waste too much screen. He is holding his elbow, yeah. Let's see this next video. You can see the grimace, yeah. I think if that had gone a bit earlier, he might have withdrawn from that, but a leg away. I think he's just accepted defeat almost. No, I've already got that one open. I want board 2. MVG in all right. MVG is in. Terry won his opening round with a 103 average against Madars Razma. 103.06, 6-2 winner over Madars Razma. How good was that Euro Tour? Yeah, I mean, we basically skipped the Euro Tour review on Monday night show, which is where it was supposed to be. Euro Tour as a whole, I thought was pretty good. The crowd looked fantastic. The venue was absolutely huge. Obviously, Friday afternoon, it looked a bit empty. You almost need a venue that has a partition, right, that closes off the back. I think when a big venue is empty on that Friday afternoon, you're in a bit of trouble. They need something like a big curtain across it or whatever, just to make the venue look that little bit smaller but fuller for the early sessions, and then move that back when it's full. The venue looked absolutely unreal. That final, superb. The Fat Humphreys has banged in a 170 and a 9-darter, missed double 12 for another 141 checkout, which would have been for a 12, and still lost the match was just staggering to me. The fact he's played that well with a bad back, he's had 5 101 plus averages on the weekend or something. Deserved rest this weekend, given the fact he was having back spasms, not playing in the Pro Tour today. Yeah, Jeff Smith hit a 9 to win his match against Ross Montgomery. Yeah, similar L, so not quite to that extent. I like the fact they're trying to hide the back a bit. There is obviously a bar behind it. I think that was brought to light a little bit more, given the fact that Core Decker is so tall, you could see over the curtain that sits there anyway in the last few days. The advertising boards look a little much to me. I think there is an evolution of that coming. But yeah, something similar. Busy points in the darts year, like an event. Yeah, can't absolutely non-stop of the darts on my calendar between now and May is ridiculous. Because the minute you hit January, you've got Q School, you've got all the Worlds, obviously. Then you're straight into the Premier League. It's the early point of the senior season where you have the World Championships and the Champion of Champions. Then you're looking at the early part of the Euro Tour. It just doesn't stop. Is there a big rivalry between Notts County and Nottingham Forest? Not really, because they are so far apart in leagues. There may have been in the past before I got here, but obviously when I arrived here, Forest were Championship 1 and County were heading that way. Lost in that playoff final under Kevin Nolan. There was a Coventry semi-final playoff that I went to the second leg, home leg, as a fan. Biggest robbery I've ever seen, by the way. Referee and official all day. There was about 3 or 4. There was a penalty one way that wasn't given that was. There was one back the other way that went the opposite way, sort of thing. After the first leg, it was just as bad as well. So, not really. There's a better relationship between the clubs nowadays at board level as well. That broke down a bit under a previous owner, the one that may have put an indecent image of himself on Twitter. I may have worked in his boardroom. My first shift for Notts County for a while. I worked in their hospitality. My first shift there was the week after that image went online. So that was quite interesting. But the new owners are much more sensible, much more heads-on, deserve to get out of the National League. They've got a decent relationship in terms of academies. Forest Academy will loan players to County, etc. So, yeah. Yes, you can't call Forest fans Notts because they hate it. They are Nottingham Forest. But I have 2 of them in my darts team that I'll see tonight. So I will drop that in and see what they bite at, which is brilliant. What did you do when Liverpool beat Phil's team Tottenham in the 2019 final? Not a lot towards Phil, I'll be honest. I was back home just outside of Oxford on the day that took place. I played golf in the daytime, and then I watched the final at one of the pubs in my hometown, stood next to my dad and my brother. So I currently live with my brother. We're both in Nottingham. I moved away for uni 2013. He moved up here just out of COVID, really, so that I had someone to live with, half the prices. Family home was getting a bit crowded, give him his own space. He's a Liverpool fan as well. My dad is a Tottenham fan. That was very enjoyable. He was moaning about the handball, saying it was never. And then obviously Divock Origi doing Divock Origi things. Gary Anderson is currently averaging 117. And whilst this is a possibility that it goes wrong, sorry to anybody that was watching that, but this is far too good to ignore. 158 followed by 155. Gary is back. Are there 3 checkouts? 158, 154, and 150. Are you shitting me? It wasn't a great final, Tommy, but it was a much better final for me than the other 2 that Liverpool have appeared in the last 5 years because Real Madrid have pulled our pants down. Raymond van Barneveld is currently averaging 106.45 and is 3-2 down to Owen Bates. Oh, Christ, Laura. John's a Leeds fan. Leeds? How does he end up as a Leeds fan? Dirty Leeds. Don't swear at me in my chat. 13-year-old is Man City. Right, so the first thing they see was them winning titles and jump straight on that bandwagon. I see it. Even when we're on song, man for man, those 2 finals, I genuinely think we matched up better than they did. We just imploded. Karius obviously cost us one of them. And the other one, I think there was too much put on Salah going, we're going for revenge. And then did nothing. Sunderland's a massive club. Are they? Cheesy chips for £1. Leeds were big when I was a kid. Yeah, everybody says that. That doesn't really count, though, does it? The clubs that are important are the clubs that were big when you were a kid and that the clubs are still big now, i.e. my team. Oh, Kevin, that's bad. My once Man United supporting niece changed to City when she got to 13. Ouch. Afternoon, Josh. How we doing, pal? Look, Sunderland support is solid. I can't knock on that. The Amazon documentary for them was a really interesting watch, especially as the owners that took over used to be the sponsors for Oxford United. So they were already involved in football a little bit. My hometown is Oxford, so it was interesting because of that connection to see the absolute cowboys that they were. Not to Man City because Grandad was City even when they went to the 3rd division. So my dad told him to pick a team and you stick with it. And he picked City. Good for him, to be fair. I get a lot of stick for being born in South London, growing up in Oxford, but supporting Liverpool. And I get that there's the whole you support your local team and whatever. I really do get that support. Like, there were so many. My mum was a Chelsea fan. My dad was a Spurs fan. Followed Chelsea when I was very, very young. But the first time I ever watched a game on TV was England 5, Germany 1. My cousin and my uncle were at the game. I had it on VHS for years as well. And at the time, all 3 goal scorers for England played for Liverpool. And as a 5-year-old, that absolutely fascinated me. So I followed Liverpool and was like, right, I'm going to support Liverpool. That's the team I want. I made that decision at 5 years old and I've stuck with it. Like, it's just what I've done. Had some results then. Callum Riggs beating Martin Clearmacher 6-2. Petrexco beating Dylan Slevin 6-1. Jim Williams a 6-3 victory over Bradley Brooks. Dimitri van den Berg is going along nicely. He's a 6-5 win over Willie O'Connor. And Andrew Gilden has just come through an absolute barnstormer with Tony Martinez, a 6-5 victory for Goldfinger, averaging 104 in the process. Gary Anderson, what a performance that is. 107 average from the Flying Scotsman, a 6-0 demolition job on Jeffrey Deswan. Don't tell me the pace of your opponent doesn't matter. Go and have a look at the performance Gary put in against Adam Gaulas in the opening round, and then have a look at that. Considerably different pace that the opponent plays at, considerably different result from Gary Anderson. Let's whack a bit of Chris Dovey. Scott Waits on as well. Good to hear, Robbo. How you're good. This is insane from Anderson. Anderson was ridiculous in that. All Burnley fans, apart from brother-in-law's Blackburn. Ooh, Blackburn. Dodgy. That's just, you know, have you ever seen the Top Gear clip when it's like the British Top Gear against the Australian version and Hammond wins something and there's a voiceover from Clarkson going, you may have seen a bad loser. Hammond is what you call a bad winner. When he just gets out of the car, goes up to the other one and screams at him, yes, I won, and starts giving him all the abuse. That's me. I'm terrible in that situation. Absolute ass. So to the point where I'm in there's 4 of us from Online Darts from the original team that basically got together that all support different cricket teams and football teams. There's me, Jar, who was in the chat room earlier, Cam, who you see on stream a lot, and Brad, who was one of our initial writers. Now, I'm a Notts fan, Jar is a Warwickshire fan, Cam's a Lancashire fan, and Brad is a Yorkshire fan. And obviously, Notts haven't had it the best of ways in the county championship in the last few years, but we got promoted the year that Yorkshire went down. Now, for that entire season, I kept getting told that my opinion didn't matter because my team were in Div 2 and everybody else was in Div 1. Well, obviously, now that's changed. Brad's had it every single day. Every time he opens his mouth, yeah, but you're Div 2. It doesn't even have to be about cricket. It's just Div 2. Relentless. I'm a Liverpool fan, Josh. Some sort of cushion my mother bought me when I was about 10. Yeah. My brother's got into rugby a lot recently. We've always watched the Six Nations and the World Cup when it's on, but he's been following things like the Premiership and all sorts. Yorkshire have been terrible this year as well. He's like, yeah, we'll come straight back up. Look at the squad we've got. We'll be absolutely fine. Notts got stuck down there for 3 years with 3 international caliber batters and bringing in overseas players like Patterson and Pattinson. Like, it was ridiculous. It just never came off. TalkSport has had no coverage of the rugby. Don't Radio 5 Live have the rugby though? Is that why? And 5 Live get the rights? Southwestern, they're opposite. Scott Waits, wow, 160 checkout from him. Barney, superb from him. We're going to hear the alarm at least once more. He beats Owen Bates 6-4. A brutal game coming up on streaming board 1 shortly, by the way. Dirk van Dijvenbode against Jules van Dongen. Van Dongen is in the form of his life right now. And what can he do against the Ober Genius? Scott Williams doing a job on Jimi Hendrix, 4-0 up. Maybe, if you want to start winning some games and turn your phone around, come and see us on a Monday night. Is it right I support Surrey but also the Brave? It's all right, isn't it? Where do the Brave play from? Not Surrey. We play from the Oval Invincibles. That's bad, Kevin. You've got a side. Also, I didn't care about the 100 at all until the Trent Rockets won it last year, and then all year I've not shut up about how brilliant they are. How long do you think Barney will do the PDC Tour? When he came back, he'd signed a 4 or 5 year deal with management, sponsors, etc. So as long as he's got his card, I expect that. He might go to Q School one more if it drops off, but I think he's 2025, I think, will be the end of Barney, as long as he's still got the drive to get up and do this and keep chipping away. It's wrong to support any 100 team. I think it's better the devil you know, Rob. Yeah, we all know the money could have been better invested into the T20 system that the country already has. I think whilst they're saying it's benefited the women's game, I also think the Charlotte Edwards and the Hey Ho Flint were both on the up at that point. If they'd invested money into that and doubled them up with things like the Blast games, they could have got more exposure that way. It looks better than the other plan they've currently got, which is some massive pyramid involving all the minor counties as well. They're just not going to compete at that level at all. The 38-team multiple division, it's just going to be carnage. The money's not going to filter down properly. And if you get a big side trapped at the bottom somewhere, you're going to ruin them. So, no. We'll see how that one goes. I've seen that comp to in every case. I have put my name in the hat for that. Obviously, if anybody hasn't, head to Target's website. There is a competition to win a signed set of all 10 generations of Phil Taylor darts. I don't know why I'm telling you, because obviously the more of you that enter, the less chances I have to win. But it's such a great prize. Go and get yourselves on that one. Do you ever get shoulder soreness from darts? Not shoulder soreness. The issues I have are in my elbow and my forearm. I have a lot of issues with the tendons in there. I was actually struggling last week. I had to go and represent our team in a blind pairs competition. Very big issues releasing the darts without being in pain. It seems to have flared up a little less right now, but we'll see how it goes later tonight. Worst case, get pissed, see how it goes. But yeah, not really shoulder for me. I don't know if that's because a lot of my action is wrist and elbow. But yeah, I agree, Rob. Apart from the playing time is that little bit shorter that you can get it onto BBC without any issues. But other than that, I completely agree. Love Sorry since the 90s. Mark Butch was my idol. I really like Butch on comms, by the way. He's been massively undervalued for a few years, and now he's getting more and more Sky time as well as everybody else. Deservedly so. Bang at 3 ball, a bit mid pace. Oh, Lauren Bell's been superb. See, to be honest, I went to the 100 finals day and I had a good day, but it was the first time I'd ever been to Lords as well. As a fan to watch a game, I've worked at Lords a number of times. Really cannot overstate how much I enjoyed that experience. I did 4 or 5 years in a row. But yeah, it was a great experience in that regard. The food and drinks offering was brilliant. I quite enjoyed it for the day. You know what was coming, but I thought I get why they've pushed that angle in terms of a talent aspect for your broadcast. So they obviously have an in-venue host and an on-screen host. So you've got a stadium announcer, plus then you've got your pitchside guys that are doing your broadcast and stuff. But I just find some of them are so cringy. They're overdoing it massively for me in a point. It's almost like kids' TV over and over again, and it's not. It's a different environment. I've not played the new FIFA. No, probably won't. Me and my girlfriend have been playing a load of co-op games. We played It Takes Two, Unravel, anything that we can just sit and a little bit of mental challenging. Downloaded some Escape Room yesterday. It's not the best graphics-wise or anything like that, but actually as a challenge, it's a little bit testing. So just have to find the right things, put them in the right place. Quite enjoying that. If Pro Tours move to other venues, it must get boring. So Barnsley is off the calendar for next year. It will be Wigan, MK, and Leicester. There is an element of it must get boring travelling to the same places, but actually there's also that element of familiarity. If you get used to being in an area, there's more to do. You might travel a bit earlier. You might get friendly with some locals or something. As things develop, you stop relying on things like Premier Inns, and you might look for little Airbnbs that you're comfortable in, somewhere that there's a couple of hotels up in Wigan that are aware of darts, and whilst they're not the affiliated PDC one, they've got things like practice rooms in their hotels now because they have so much darts. There's a Britannia out at Standish, I think it is, in Wigan. Not the best hotel in the world, and the practice room isn't great. Look, they haven't got a load of money into it, but because they're aware of so many players, so much darts is focused in Wigan. In particular, Q School used to be up there, still is. Like Q School's MK used to be up there, etc. They've got a darts practice room that you can go to in the hotel. Imagine working as a venue, stadium announcer for cricket. Silly job. Couldn't agree more, Jar. Especially a dive like Edgbaston. Who'd want to do that? Anyway, back to the darts, because I am absolutely waffling today. We'll go through the results in the last 64 so far, just in case I have missed any. I'm not sure which ones, but Pascal Ruprecht defeated Kim Hybrecht 6-5. Andrew Gilding with that result against Tony Martinez 6-5. Barney, a 6-4 winner over Owen Bakes. Dimitri Vandenberg was a victor over Willie O'Connor. Mike Dedecker got the job done against Owen Roloffs. Kevin Dukes, a 6-5 winner over Daryl Gurney. Super Chin is gone. Jim Williams, 6-3 over Bradley Brooks. Chris Landman is out. He lost 6-2 to Jose de Souza. Ricardo Petresco, 6-1 win, over Dylan Slevin. Gary Anderson with that brilliant performance, 6-0 over Jeffrey Desvan. Callum Ridge, a 60 winner over Martijn Kleermaker. Ian White, 6-2 over Gabriel Clemens. Ian White's going about his business pretty nicely. Chris Dobie's just wrapped up a 6-4 win. That was our feature. And Scott Williams, a 6-2 win over Jimi Hendricks. So let's find another feature right now. Let's go John O'Shea, Stephen Bunting. Let's keep the faith for John. And Team O'Shea in the chat room. Just been informed Barzi is 20 minutes away, so you don't have to listen to me entirely throughout the rest of the day. What we'll probably do is we'll watch John's game. We'll run to a quick ad break, and hopefully that will match up with the arrival of Barzi. Lucky you lot. Snakebite looking strong. Definitely looks like... Didn't he have 100 plus in the first round as well? Now he's averaging 108 and leads Danny Hansen 4-2. 106 in the first round. Fair to say, Peter Wright is not messing around in his hopes of booking his spot at the Players' Championship finals. He was a little bit... One minute he said he wasn't bothered about being in the Players' Championship finals, and the next thing you know, he's telling us he'll be there in his last interview. Where is he right now? Currently 88, 9.25k earned. The threshold is 12k. Should Peter Wright reach a semi-final today, he'll be in that 64 already. Simple when you are as talented as Peter Wright. Is Phil bringing pizza? I've got a steak bake sat behind me, so I probably don't need any pizza. I've already eaten the cheese and bean and the chicken bake. So. Messi will be good at darts because he's passing an eyesight is meant. No. Because it's coordination with a different part of your body. You can have good coordination, but unless his hand-eye coordination is as good as his coordination with his feet, then that just won't translate at all. There's a couple of footballers that are good at darts. James Maddison is one of those. Bukayo Saka nicking his celebration in the North London derby was a bit bold, by the way. When's the draw for the Euros? European champs? Or for the Euro Tour? Because there's still one event to go, isn't there? There is no draw for the European champs. It's seeded. Charlie Austin is right. He plays in the league I run in Hungerford. Interesting. I played football in Hungerford. We used to come to the six-a-side tournament there for a couple of years. Bit of a trek, but it was enjoyable. Although I hate to be that guy and bring it up, but the only thing we ever learned about Hungerford in about 10 years of going there to play football every year was that there was a shooting there once. Now, unlike you folks watching in America, that's not very common in the UK. If your reputation is somebody got shot there once, you're down bad. Last Euro Tour. I'm not sure. When is the last Euro Tour? The next weekend? No, Grand Prix is next weekend. The weekend after. I expect it Wednesday or Thursday, the 11th or the 12th. It'll only be a day or two before that. Wednesday, the latest you'll get it is Thursday the 12th. I expect Wednesday the 11th of October will be that draw. They won't do it any earlier. Especially not with a Grand Prix and stuff on it. It'll just take away from that. Michael Ryan was the guy, yeah. Sad, obviously, massively, but only 30 likes. Is it still only 30 likes? Because obviously I'm in the back end of a different bit of software right now. I don't have as many windows open as Bardi. Right, Bardi's on his way. Do us a favour and get us to 50 before he gets here. Oh, 50. Yes, keep flying up. There we go. Wins for Mickey Mansell, 6-5 over Mario van den Boharden. Nathan Aspinall, 6-2 win over Darren Webster. Damon Hector 3-1 up on Cami Menzies. Henderson to a piece with Ratajski. Someone asked if we can watch that. I'd already put this one on. If Henderson is Henderson's on a streaming board, so no. I'm sure he is. He is still on the streaming board. If Henderson makes it beyond the last 32, so into the last 16, he won't be streamed, and at that point I promise to put him as a feature game for you. If he makes the last 16. Don't knock it, D2B. You've had a ball there, mate, and it's done brilliantly. Has a better chance. MVG beating Messi at penalty shootout on Messi. MVG winning the football. Peter Wright, 6-3 winner over Danny Jansen, 103 average, just 106 and 103 so far for Peter Wright. Ross Smith's average just took a massive tumble. He was 3-2 down, averaging 108. He's now averaging 95, but it's 3 apiece. Did Hendo get a wild card? He got called up from the Challenge Tour because of a number of players not there. Luke Humphreys was a late withdrawal. Gowan Price is not there. Dave Chisnell is not there. I don't have the full list in front of me, but there's a couple of players not playing today. Messi's not beating MVG at darts because that's such a skill-based thing. The thing with a penalty shootout is you expect Messi to score, but actually there's a goalkeeper and outside factors. MVG wins more, has a better chance of beating Messi at a penalty shootout than Messi will ever have of beating MVG at darts. Bunting just missed the 9, by the way. 180, 180, 75. Why don't you show streaming games? Because the feed from games where people have a PDC TV subscription is about 45 seconds behind what you see on Dark Connect. So whilst it is only a little bit, some people will watch us as well as a streaming board. They'll have multiple devices out and we'll have that one in the corner and keep an eye on both, listen to us, watch that. And it just spoils the result a little bit, or spoils what they're about to see. Up until a point where that's the only thing we can show, it just makes sense to rotate it. If you want to watch both, then you're not seeing both. You can take in more information at once. VG 12-minute warm-up to start. There's a difference, mate, between warming up and actually warming up. So all warming up here, where my mouse is now, so Clayton, Gilding, Retrexco matches, that doesn't mean the players are actually warming up. What it means is a board official has tapped a certain number of buttons on the iPad before they bull off. Michael Smith, a 6-5 winner over Darius Labanauskas, the world champion, moving through to his board final. Damon Hatter 4-2 up now on Menzies. Ratajski looks to be doing the job on Henderson at the minute, 4-2 up. If not, we'll give Henderson a big watch tomorrow. Quick reminder, we are here tomorrow and Friday for Pro Tour Live. Dirk van Dijvenbode finds himself 4-3 behind to the Dutch Dragon, Jules van Dongen. Did Phil pick Gando for the Grand Prix? He didn't. He bailed on Gando at the semis, I believe. He did pick. Did he pick Gerwin Price to beat Luke Humphreys? I know me and Dan were inverse, so I said MVG beats Asp. He said Asp beats MVG. I know Phil was tempted. He's like, oh, do I go head versus heart? I was like, you're never doing that with Gary. Does Ronnie get A? I'd love him to. If Ronnie gets A, he's right up there with Taylor as the best sportsman this country's ever produced. In that argument, but snooker. Talking about snooker. MVG versus Ronnie at starts and snooker has a better chance. Again, Ronnie, I think. Best British sportsman, yeah, Ronald Jr. Ross Smith is behind to Dom Taylor once more. Redgrave tops it. The thing, I think Olympians are at a little bit of a disadvantage, such as Steve Redgrave in that conversation, because they could literally go and win that gold once every 4 years. So they got 5 chances at best. Stephen Bunting is absolutely flying right now. John O'Shea, not a lot he can do about this one. 108 average from the bullet. I think if you go and watch Hendry's Q-tips on YouTube, he did the one with Ronnie, where it's quite a chilled out conversation, but they both just basically say, no, you're the best. And I think at the end of the day, when Ronnie sits down, he will realise he is the best. Yeah, I quite like Q-tips, to be fair. I'm not 100% sold on the way that Hendry asks questions, but actually it's still quite fascinating. So the tough table challenge is a good watch. Or Holty was going to do it the other day. Where are we then? Christian Kiss leads Johnny Clayton 2-0. That's streaming board 2 for you. Christian Kiss is averaging 111. Dirk van Dijvenbode is out. He loses 6-4 to Jules van Dongen. Darts version would be great. I don't know who would host it though, Rob. That's the issue. Stephen Bunting does complete the win over John O'Shea. Sorry, Laura Maisie, but Stephen Bunting has just averaged 111. That's one of those where you go, bloody hell, it could have happened at a different time, but fair play indeed. Ross Smith, my pick for the title today, is out. He loses to Dom Taylor 6-4. Sorry, mate. No way. From Johnny. What's not stream right now is Ev's Knocker. I'll be saying that about 10 o'clock tonight, Laura, so that makes two of us hate darts. Counter argument that he was focused and dedicated to reach. Oh, yeah, look, Taylor's record in World Championships in particular was ridiculous. Van Gerwen's not streamed, is it? Good point. Sorry, Lee Evans fans. He's averaging 107. Good point. Yeah. You know this whole comparing sportsmen across eras? Right, whilst I concede that there is perhaps a difficulty in depth of opponent, the fact that people seriously sit there and go, well, they wouldn't be top 10 today is a joke. They drop in exactly where they were because of the advances in equipment, in prize money, so they can go and be a full-time pro and all that sort of thing. If sportsmen of old apply themselves in a modern era with modern technology and a modern approach to sport, then they'd be exactly where they are, if not better. Someone seriously had Bristow outside their top 10 the other week. I was like, what on earth are you playing at? Man made World Championship finals where he couldn't let go of a dart, for fuck's sake. Like, what? But Manley's finishing was solid. Would he make multiple World Championship finals in this era? Possibly not. Would he go on and make one or two? Maybe. Would his scoring power in a modern era where he can apply himself better be better? Quite possibly. But the very, very top players would sit exactly where they are in the world back then, or in contention for that, as they ever would. Phil Taylor won 10 World Finals, 7-6. He goes the way, 6-time World Champion. Yeah, if he didn't have any bottle, he wouldn't have won any, mate. They are big ifs. The fact he won so many of them in a tight encounter at the end shows that he held it together more. He earned that respect. People have crumbled against Van Gerwen for the last decade because he's Van Gerwen. Van Gerwen had a record of something like 30 match streak on the Euro Tour where he won a last leg decider. If he loses half of them, then all right, he doesn't have half as much money, but it just doesn't happen, does it? He didn't lose half of them. Yeah, MVG is on, by the way. 3-2 up now against Ryan Meikle. Do you think it's easier to judge players you've never seen playing darts than other sports? you look at averages, stats, and honest to build a case. I think so, Andy, yeah. Especially in an era where stats are they're just everywhere. I absolutely despise tracking averages. It ruined me. I was a pretty handy dart player when I was at uni. I've been to singles tournaments, semi-finals, quarterfinals, etc. I was playing Super League for the very first time and that sort of thing. But the minute people are tracking averages, it fell apart. Super League was shocking. I went on a dev tour and played crap because I was one of the first to play in an era where Dart Connect was present. And I just hated it. There's no, all right, you can just focus about winning and your performance comes with it. It was always, yeah, you did that, but it was a 62 average, or you're constantly like, right, I'm having a bad leg here. You can't just write it off and go, we're just going to just get rid of it, sort of thing, and focus on the next one, because actually somebody's going to go, well, your average is 55 at that point. I hate it. There's way too much focus on it. Martin Schindler, 6-5 winner over Roby John Rodriguez. Mike lost it, rather Phil. Yeah, that was the one, wasn't it? Mike Gregory left it. Pua, Ben Rob, Ray Smith, Machin are playing well again this week. We expect them to go to Q school. Ben Rob, yes. Pua, maybe. He's also a pretty handy golfer, isn't he, Palpai? So it depends what he can commit to. I know he's got quite a big family. Ray Smith said no last time he was there. I think he's a bit hesitant to leave home at such a late age, to be honest. But I think he's one that would flourish in the system compared to other Australians. But the likes of Gigi, who had a crack at it for 2 years, I think Raymond Smith would fare a lot better. Machin, not sure he's got the game to up himself and move across, if I'm being honest, from what I've seen from him. The one I'd love to see Ben Robb go, and I'd love to see Raymond Smith. I missed Cabby. Cabby was a character, don't get me wrong, but he's also going to be well up in the conversation for the biggest waste of talent this sport has ever seen. And that's where it ends for him as well, by the way. We don't see him again. Sam says, for those outside EU who can choose which Q school to go to, which one would be the better option? For a number of years, the answer to that question has been Europe. And I think it still might be for now, just, especially as the number of entries starts to climb in Europe. So overall, generally, for the last few years, the UK has had a bigger field and more players that are capable of solid performances. Now, I'm not saying they've had the best field. The very, very top players, the favourites to get cards, for me, for the last couple of years, have come from Europe. The players that are doing better things, that have been solid on the challenge tour, etc., they've been at the very, very top of Europe. But the bottom end of Europe, you get yourself into tournaments, I think, a lot more. Depending on the draw for a few days, but they get yourselves into a tournament, and then you can go from there, get on a bit of a roll, and you're closer towards the back end of it. Now that the numbers are creeping up in Europe as well for players that are just have-a-goers, for want of a better phrase, it's there, it's Darts is going crazy, I could do that, and then you average 66. I still think Europe is the way, because the more and more those numbers climb, the more cards are going to be on offer for Europe as well. The very, very top players in Europe are good, but then I think there is a drop-off in ability where UK is deeper, but not quite as high at the very, very peak. So yeah, I still think EU is the way to go for Q school at the moment. Whether or not that changes in the future is different. More players that go there.
Hi!
You get that way as well. Who invited you?
How are we, everyone?
Oh, look, as if by magic, something that we've been planning for 3 hours has just come off. I hate that line. You said it on Monday as well. It wasn't by magic. We told everybody Scott Williams was coming on at 8:30. It was 8:30. There was no magic about it.
Oh.
Also,
then?
what have you missed? Christian Kist is 5-3 up on Johnny Clayton, averaging 101. Van Goen looks sharp. He's averaging 104. He's currently 5-3 up on Ryan Meikle. Danny Noppert 4 apiece with Lee Evans. Callum Goffin is currently beating Mike Kyvenhoven. Gary Anderson is back.
I've been telling you this for ages.
First round win against Adam Gaulas wasn't great, but the pace of the game doesn't suit him at all. I mean, he still averaged 99, but it was 6-5. Second round, he has beaten Jeffrey Desvan 6-0, averaging 109. In 3 straight legs, he took out 158, 154, and 150.
I like.
Gary.
I like that a lot.
Goins look good. He's had 2-ton-plus averages so far, as has a certain Mr. Peter Wright.
Interesting.
Who has so far averaged 106.24, 6-1 win over Joe Mernon, and 103.83, 6-3 win over Danny Jansen. And both of those performances have lost 5 points on their average in the last 2 legs.
Interesting.
He's been very, very good, has Peter Wright, to the point where he is 4 games away from putting himself in the top 64 for the Players' Championship finals. It's mad how quickly that can turn. All the talk has been, will Peter Wright miss out?
Do we know what darts he's chucking?
Presume gold elements. That's what he played with at the weekend, but nobody's seen anything yet.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know who'd been on what stream or anything like that. Because I've been pushing buttons and directing the Super Series this afternoon as well.
And of course, there was a 9-darter, and of course, I didn't see it. Just in his last leg, in the match-winning leg, it beat Ross Montgomery 6-4. Also, we've been playing Only Dart Connect. Nobody's put the answer in yet, by the way. Have you seen this account on Twitter?
No.
Right, so there's a new account on Twitter. Have you seen the TV show Only Connect, hosted by Victoria Coren Mitchell?
No. Do I need to have seen it?
Not really. The concept is pretty simple. There are 2 types of questions on the show. One, they will give you 4 items or whatever, piece of information, and you have to spot the link. Or the second one, they will give you 3 options, and you have to say what comes next in the sequence. But that builds up as you go along. You get more points as it goes. For the benefit of the questions and the account that's popped up on Twitter, you get all 4 at once, or you get 3 and then a blank, and you have to fill in the gap. So you have to say where's it gone? The link is between these 4 things.
How are you doing, Renita? I hope you're good. How are we doing, Tom? I don't know about Jacob Taylor. A lot depends on when he's in the country and things like that.
Drop that off the screen again. We'll keep going until somebody does get it. Do not go and look at my Twitter because I'm pretty sure I already have the answer. I nailed it when I first saw it this morning.
No, that's fine. I'm literally just setting up my stream boards.
Yeah. But yeah, do go follow them on Twitter at OnlyDartConnect. 1 a day. I put the question out early in the day. Answers normally revealed between 8 and 10 at night. Hopefully we're going to get a few more from them as well. I've sent a message to our friends saying, give us a second question a day. 1 easy one and 1 more difficult one. Jarlif has just messaged me with the correct answer.
Right. Let me... What is it on the old Twitter?
At Only Dart Connect. So it links Dart Connect and Only Connect. It's pretty clever. They've got the Only Connect logo with a Dart Connect bang in the middle.
Only Connect, yeah?
Only Dart Connect.
Right. Yep, I've got it.
So have a look through some of the previous ones on there to get yourself familiar with the concept. So like yesterday's, there was 3 4-digit numbers that actually broke down into dates of the day that James Wade hit his last 9 darters.
Yeah.
Which was one of the more difficult ones. There's other ones such as... What was one of them?
Is today's ones the Merseyside, New Brunswick, Kent, and Brisbane?
Yeah, don't read the quotes because that's how you answer. He's hidden the comments to stop that from being a thing. I think that also helps him with engagement at the start as well. If everybody's quoting it, then more people will see it than just commenting.
Yeah.
But yes.
Right.
And I've given a hint to the chat room, so I'll give you the same hint. The man that hit a 9 darter today is the hint. I don't actually have the answer, by the way. This is just what I believe it is. We'll play tomorrow and we'll play Friday as well. I'll get both and I'll get them from the lad. From his Twitter. We'll see if we can solve it for the next 2 days together. The last 4 checkouts to win the match play was excellent. No, not what match play. It was the World Championship. Outside, double 10 for Peter Wright was the answer.
Do you want to know what's throwing me?
What? Merseyside?
Yeah. I can link the others.
Merseyside is a broader area.
Oh, right, okay. Because I can link the others because you've got instantly Jeff Smith, Ross Smith, and Raymond Smith. Instantly jump out at me.
Well, you spoiled it for everyone else. Yeah, but yeah. Merseyside is where St Helens is. It's dart players with the surname Smith's birthplace, I believe.
Oh, I tell you what, if Michael Smith sees that, he'll be absolutely livid.
Yes.
He hates, not hates Merseyside, but he's a mank.
Yeah. But yeah, let's pop that up then. So Merseyside, St Helens, New Brunswick is where Jeff Smith is from.
Smith.
Kent is Ross Smith. And Brisbane, the one to spot that one. That's how I got it, to be fair. New Brunswick was quite narrow. Brisbane, once you realise that one is Raymond Smith.
Which I knew because when he was at the Super Series, we got to know him quite well.
Yeah. Yeah.
When
you realise that one is Raymond Smith, then actually it comes pretty quick at that point.
Oh, God, you've missed something.
What? Have we not done the alarm for round 3?
No.
Fire it up! Where? He's warming up. He's not playing yet. Shut up.
He is.
Now he's playing. Now press it. You've been back 30 seconds.
Just for you, Jar. I definitely don't like this way they give you training boards either.
St Helens is located 12 miles to the east of Liverpool and 23 miles from the centre of Manchester. Merseyside.
Well, you can't... Right, if you'd have said from the centre of Liverpool and the centre of Manchester, I'd have given you that, but you went from the east of Merseyside to the centre of Manchester.
No, it's east of Liverpool city centre.
It's... From
the east of Liverpool, it's 13 miles east from Liverpool.
If you say to Michael Smith, you're from Merseyside, he'd go off.
Well, let him reply then. He's got bigger fish to worry about. He's still in the tournament.
He's playing Callum Ridds.
Tell him he's from Sunderland.
Oh, I tell you. What's going on with Streamboard 1? That's a weird angle. Look at the angle middle of the board on stream 1?
Oh, they're busy hitting doubles.
I don't dislike it,
Oh,
but
yeah. It's a bit bigger, isn't it?
yeah. I see Jim Williams want to be a professional dart player again this weekend or this week.
To be fair, I don't mind that. There's less spotting to do that way. You don't have to switch for the balls out then, do you? If you go below the ball, you can leave that open. It's only a switch to the 19s. That means someone has to press a different camera. I don't mind that for a stream. It's not quite TV where you want that close up. It'll do.
How are we doing, Niall? Hope you are good.
I was having a great little stream. Don't worry, folks. He's not here for the rest of the week. I don't know who is, but he's not here for the rest of the week.
I don't know. You may get me for an hour or so at the end. If you want me, that is.
We don't want you.
All right, that's fun.
All I've got is Step Up 2 in my mind now. I don't have accent. We love you, Annie.
Ronaldinho, it's because of the way they do the... So, it used to be, when there was 2 streaming boards, the tournament director just used to pick what boards they wanted. But under the new system, they are set for the seeds. So it's not a case of questioning why Wright, MVG, Anderson aren't streamed. It's because of the seeding positions or the lack of seeding positions they're in is the
Until
problem.
the last 16, yeah. So the boards are fixed, so they don't have to worry about holding boards up and dropping different players in at different times.
Yeah. Right. I'm not saying it's not rubbish. I'm just giving you the explanation.
Yes. Don't worry, though, because next season there might be 8 of the fuckers.
Don't think so yet. It will come, but just not yet. If Van Veen wins the World Youth Final, he'll become an international qualifier at the Worlds. I don't think he does. I think the Pro Tour place is higher, so he retains that. Is that right, Gob?
Pass. They change their fucking rules every year.
Yeah. Did Spellman won 14 out of 15. He was superb. How are we doing, George? Hope you are good.
Jared Cole, by the way. Last time he hit 3 170s in the week. This time he's banged in a 160 going treble 20 ball. He hit a ton where he went single 20 tops. Barzy, do you know what? Barzy's ruined everything. Gary was back. Barzy's rocked up. He's 3-0 down to Dom Taylor, averaging 87.
When in Rome.
Why no commentator on Barney's game? Is he on stream board 3 or 4? Too expensive.
Yeah.
You can just hear the referees on that one. There's no switching, no nothing. You get comms on 1 and 2.
Yeah, too much.
Price withdrew today. There's no Chisnell today. Luke Humphreys was a late withdrawal this weekend due to the back spasm. I say weekend. It's fucking Wednesday.
Isn't Luke playing tomorrow? It's only today he pulled out of. Or has he pulled out the whole thing?
Love sleep this morning. Yes, Luke just doesn't play today. But there still must be withdrawals because Henderson's playing all 3 days.
Yeah.
Don't look at me cursing him. Gando was flying while I was sat here. Barzi arrives and he's playing like a muppet.
I spoke to him this morning. I spoke to him this morning as well.
You cursed him. You are the commonality right here. I backed Ross Smith to win the title and he lost round 2 to Dom Taylor. Dom Taylor is spoiling all our hopes. Peter Wright flying though, 3-1 up on Dimitri Vandenberg. The Master doing a job on the Apprentice. That's not a thing anymore, is it? Surely.
No,
Gary Ellison gets the leg back. Steve Lennon won up on Callum Goffin. Van Gerwen hits back against Scott Williams. Lost the opener in 15 despite averaging 120. He's only had 12 darts and left a double. He's now averaging 111. Van Gerwen looking pretty sharp. Not bad for somebody who said his last 2 losses were Graham Usher and Graham Hall, maybe. Petretsko 4-1 up on Richard Veenstra. Pascal Ruprecht 3-2 up on Damon Hetta, averaging 108. Michael Smith finds himself 4-1 behind to Callan Riggs. Mickey Mansell on streaming board 2 against Christian Kiss. Kiss, the man that conquered Johnny Clayton in the previous round.
The Ferret.
Stephen Bunting is averaging 110. He's 2 apiece from Mike De Decker. That was 109 in the previous game where he beat John O'Shea. Not a lot John could do about that one. De Decker faring okay at the moment, 2 each. Jim Williams, 4-2 up on Jules Van Dongen. The Welshman is 2 legs away from winning board 1 for the day.
Ian White in last 32 action.
Been sneaky today. Every time I've looked up, he's got a win. He's just at the bottom of the draw, going along quite nicely.
Gando's won 2 on the spin and put his average up to 105.
Now then. But he was 87, so has he done something ridiculous in one of those?
He must have done.
You're still a curse. $11 dart was the first one. We need this leg to finish before I can tell you what the second one was. When this one's done, we'll put Scotty on. Scotty's playing Van Gerwen, you cheeky bugger. Van Gerwen was up there a minute ago. Back-to-back 11 dart legs for Gary Anderson.
That'll do.
Now then, Gary. I really enjoyed Scott Williams as a guest on Monday, by the way.
Yeah, I thought he was really good.
One of those that actually, we say that sport needs characters. He is one of those.
Oh, completely.
And I don't want players to be robots, but if more were like that, like, I think someone like Gerwin Price has more of a line to toe, given where he is in the world and his history. Like, it's more difficult for him to be an outward character without getting backlash from it. But I don't think Scott Williams is ever going to change. He could be best player in the world, or he could be the worst player in the world, and I still think he's going to go up on the hockey and be exactly the same bloke.
Yeah, I agree.
You think Ian will lose his tour card? Ian White, no chance.
I don't think he will, but I think it's closer than what you've made it out there.
73 grand already?
Is that? I thought he was in worse trouble than that.
No, 60th. 73 grand already. With another another 6 Pro Tours to come? 7 Pro Tours to come? Is he in the Players' Championship?
Oh, Gary, that is filth. Absolute filth. He's just checked out 156. He's back within 1.
And he's 37th in the Pro Tour, in the Players' Championship race. Ian White will be absolutely fine. Because that'll get him in Players. 37th in that race, you're probably doing all right for the Worlds as a 32 order of merit rather than a 32. Uh, 53rd overall.
We're starting to see the...
Sixth on the race to the Worlds. Ian White is absolutely fine, mate.
I'm just scrolling through. Jules Van Dongen beating Dirk with 105 average. This is the Jules Van Dongen that we saw dominate Q School.
Yeah. Ooh. Reigning World Master Wesley Plaisir is out of the men's singles at the WDF World Cup.
Jules Van Dongen's on a 9. On
No,
the screen. He's gone back to back. I haven't got Dark Connect up, so I'm not looking if he hits or not.
We've just gone 4 each.
No.
Ooh.
I haven't seen Matt yet. MVG 3-2 up on Scott Williams, averaging 108. What an important holder throw that is for Dom Taylor. He stopped the Gary Anderson charge. Kevin Dukes has played some really good stuff recently. Just because you play at the MODUS Super Series doesn't make you a bad player. Luke Littler, that's all I'm saying. Barney has completed some turnaround. He's now in front against Ratajski.
Christ. It's all kicking off. Dan Wootton and Lawrence Fox have both been suspended by GB News.
What for?
They were on together last night, and one of them made a comment, and the other one reacted badly to it.
Oh, really?
So Fox was already suspended after his comment. Wootton's response to it wasn't great, so he's suspended. But I also think there's an investigation dropping in a more independent newspaper later on today about Wootton's behaviour that may or may not be along Russell Brand lines.
Henry, the list goes on, and he says, and he won 20. Luke Littler has won around 55 grand from the MODUS Super Series this year, more than James Wade and Raymond van Barneveld have won playing PDC Pro Tours.
Yeah.
He's not in this tournament, but he will be from next year because he has a tour card. Won it by smashing up the Dev Tour.
Hashtag one more time, by the way.
I thought we were talking about Daft Punk.
What?
I thought we were talking about a Daft Punk record.
Got rid of it.
It's still there, isn't it?
What? When we're done.
Can Gary Anderson produce a skin saver? Dom Taylor has left 32 after 12 on his throw. Gary Anderson 130 Can't take it out. So Dom Taylor will have match starts here. Some game, though. Both average 102, 103 respectively. Oh, my. Dom, what have you done? Don't be giving Gary Anderson second chances. Gary Anderson's level. Yes, Luke is a pro. Actually, can someone at school be a pro?
Probably not.
Jules Van Dongen is in control of this deciding leg against Jim Williams on Streamboard 1. George, funny you should say that. They are on my desk here. Yeah, and that. Oh, let's see Gary complete the comeback first.
James Wade, job done against Jose de Souza, by the way, and Jules Van Dongen does defeat Jim Williams. Van Gerwen also beats Scott Williams.
Gary Anderson, 28 after 12 in a deciding leg gob. It's not bad, is it?
Steady.
Gary Anderson completes the comeback as Jules Van Dongen also beats Jim Williams. So, yeah, George, now the target launch has been and gone, I have got these little beauties. They are the Phil Taylor match darts from when he beats... Who did he beat in round 1?
Not telling you now because you wouldn't let me have him instead.
Colin McGarry. Was it not?
No.
No, that was the wrong tournament. I can't remember who you played.
John Part, you melon.
John Part, but yeah, they are Phil Taylor's match darts from the seniors when he beat John Part. But I wasn't allowed to show them until after the target launch.
I think it was John Part. Now I've called you a melon.
Yeah, he played Colin McGarry at the other one, yeah.
Yeah, he beat John Part 9-7.
So, Barney into the last 16. 6-4 victory over Christoph Ratajski.
Yes! Fire up the alarm! Woohoo!
Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the Barney alarm. To be fair, the size of those flights in the Taylor darts, I've got no idea how he even throws them.
Can't throw them. My mate throws Taylor darts, and obviously you get a set when you buy them. No. Can't do it.
No. So, Damon Heta has just beaten Pascal Riprek 6-5. Andrew Gilding. Nice to see Nathan. Good run for Aspinall, even if he loses to Gilding here. Much needed to get himself back in the hunt. Christian Kiss has levelled it up. He's 3 apiece with Mickey Mansell. Yeah, George, I'm going to get him framed at some point with one of Phil's shirts as well. And Aspinall does seal a 6-5 win over the UK Open champion Andrew Gilding. Dimitri van den Berg has beaten Peter Wright, and that's some fall off. Peter Wright was averaging around 102, but the average dropped to just 90 for stake bite. Danny Noppert 5-2 up on Hollywood. Ian White 4-3 up on Ryan Joyce. What's everyone doing today as well? You watching us at work, watching us at home? Let us know. Also, did you all like the new intro video? I'm sure God played it. No, Jay, not at all. That Chris Dobie did win his first night in the Premier League, but across the whole 16 weeks, he played some really good stuff, and he's played some good stuff on TV as well. Christian Kiss breaks the Mickey Mansell throw and is in front.
I may have still been on mute when I said it was definitely Phil's fault about the curse.
As well, Christian Kiss will be getting fined.
Got his phone out.
No, just look at the Formula 1 car he's wearing. How many's on there? There's at least 8 on the front.
Sheesh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's 8 on the front. Is it? No, 9 on the front. Did you like the new titles as well, Gob?
It's all right.
I guess for the Pro Tour, yes. So for a TV tournament, and this is where I don't know. I go and check the players' brief in a minute. Would the players' brief stream be the same as a TV event? Do you think?
Pass.
So for a TV event, there are 6 spots on a player's shirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But the PDC have 2 of them. So for a right-hander, they have upper right chest and left arm, I think it is. But if you're left-handed, it's left arm and upper left chest, I think, because of the way you are on the oche. So in effect, the players still have 4 where they can sell.
We need some more music in the background, by the way.
All right, okay.
This has been the same song on loop all day. Apologies for that. Check your emails, by the way.
Which one?
Why would I be telling you to check them?
Oh.
You won't believe this.
I haven't got anything.
Oh, maybe it was just to me then.
Was it?
Yeah, you're CC'd in. You know how we made that decision in the last 48 hours to send me because of location?
Oh, sorry. When you said ask me to check emails, I was thinking of the other one.
No. It's not in not. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm just reading now. Whereabouts? It doesn't say.
What? I googled it, you pleb.
How far is it from you?
Oh, what? It's all right location-wise. I'll just go home.
All right, because they basically said that. Do you want a hotel?
I might take that, to be fair. But yeah. Danny Nopper beats Chris Dobie. We have no games live right now. That's Christian Guest beats Mickey Mansell. Sound, in that case, folks, we're back after this one.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Gareth Kelly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back, everyone. How are we all doing? Good to have Jar in the chat room as always, lad. So we approach the last 16 of Players' Championship 22. And these are the ties as it stands. Damon Hetter will play Nathan Aspinall. Barney will play Dimitri Vandenberg. Christian Kiss, Stephen Bunting. MVG will play Kevin Dukes. Then in the... No, wait a minute. Hetter will play Aspinall. Barney will play Vandenberg. Kist will play Bunting. MVG will play Dukes. Then in the bottom half, Van Dongen will play Wade. Noppy will play Steve Lennon. Ricardo Petrezco will play Gary Anderson. And Michael Smith will play Ian White. That's how it.
Is it return to work meeting tomorrow?
No, so
This was found out in the way. If she lets it slip, then I'll pay it back. And he's like, I don't know. She needs to talk to me then.
You love it, Jar. So MVG is going to be on stream board number 1. There we go. I've muted him. Right, so games are beginning to warm. Heta against Aspinall is going to be on stream board 2. And the others we don't know yet. MVG Dukes just literally has flipped live, so we should have some pictures in a second. No, Jar. although I'm not disagreeing. No. MVG wins the ball.
I'm back. Sorry.
That's why we muted you, so because we could hear your conversation. So I muted you.
It wasn't a domestic. It was a grown-up conversation. It wasn't an argument either. We're actually planning how quickly I can get out of here so we can get to the pub for darts tonight.
Mind you, time-wise, we're not doing too badly.
No, we're not. I'd love to be done for 6. If they can get us to a 5-hour Pro Tour, I'm all over it.
One of the last ones was 5:20, I think.
Yeah. Shit. 8:15, James, but normally we're in the pub for 4.
So, yeah, look, speaking to Matt, I'm sure our Canadian friends in the chat room will be able to clear this up better, but it's something to do with the different Canadian provinces all have jurisdiction over them. Something like it's all a bit weird to do with the different provinces and things like that.
I mean, one of the lads has just had a kid. One of the lads is less available. And one's back teaching at the minute, so I'm not quite going as early, but...
What are you taking to darts tonight? A drum kit or a gorilla suit or...
All of the above.
Oh, looks like we've lost the stream from Barnsley. Looks like the internet packed up on stream board one. Oh, no, it's back. Surely Gary Anderson's got to be on one of the stream boards. How are we doing, Sean? Hope you are good. Welcome along, everyone. If you haven't, make sure you give us a like and subscribe. Plenty of content coming your way.
Fire up. Put them in there.
Gary is on a stream board. MVG just keeps missing darts at a double and getting punished. No, Anthony, we were talking about the possibility of a Canadian World Series event either before or after NYC. And it's something to do with the different Canadian provinces not working together, and it's not as... And everything. You might know more than me. It's just a bit of a ball ache, apparently.
Stick it in Toronto and tell the rest to get fucked. Stupid.
Oh, it looks like, God, Gary's using those front-loaded darts still.
Is he? I've still got Twitter up. I'm laughing at Conroy's tweet. So Sky Sports have tweeted, could we see James Maddison versus Bukayo Saka at Ali Pali after they both did their dart celebration, didn't they?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, for fuck's sake. And somebody's replied, the scenes when Saka has more Ali Pali appearances than Bo Greaves. Thought you'd like that one. We need a new feature game, don't we? Is Van Gogh streamed?
Yeah.
Is Van Dongen Wade streamed?
I don't think so, because Van Dongen's just come off the stream.
Is Barney streamed?
Again, he was on the stream last time, so I don't think he will be either. We'll have a bit of Jules against the machine then. Although nothing public has been made yet, the WDF kind of ruined where Bo was going to play when they changed their cover picture, didn't they?
Yes. Is anyone offering odds on it, do we think?
I doubt it.
That would have been an interesting special, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The lighting on board one looks crap as well, if I'm being honest. It looks really...
Pale?
Yeah. Like the contrast isn't high enough.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like the stuff I put in the group, the fact that on the day of the announcement, what the prize money and everything was going to be, for everyone that doesn't know, the WDF changed their cover photo, removing Luke Littler, who had obviously picked Ali Pali, and left Bo on there. We know he's hit it. However, he's just about to hit it on the stream.
You deleted that as well. What are you doing?
What?
Unless it's in one of the others. You're a muggle.
You're a muggle.
You're a muggle. Where's all my fun stuff gone?
I haven't deleted any of that.
Yeah, why is it not there then?
Which one?
The big fish. And he's back. They were both in the back end.
Are we setting a different thing though? Remember, we set up different folders.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for now. But if I change that, we lose the background.
Yeah. Kevin Dukes back in front against MVG. Gary Anderson, very good opener. Breaks.
No. Why can't you? I hate this.
Barney levels up 1-1. These little front-loaded ones, obviously doing the job for Ando Gob.
They are. You're not doing the job though. Why are you here? One for Christ's sake, man.
Gary Anderson leads 2-0. Kevin Dukes now 4-2 up on Van Gerwen. They're having massive internet issues or just something because we just keep losing pictures. James Wade 3-1 up on Jules Van Dongen. Jules not quite hitting the same heights he did earlier on in the day. Sorry, Bob. Yeah, Anthony, the story behind the Barney alarm was when he went back to Q school, we just did it as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke that we play a Barney alarm when he plays. And then when he won his card, we then didn't play it at the first Pro Tour stream. And you've never seen people so upset, have we, Gob?
3 years later, it's still here.
It's still a thing. Cheers, Rob. Thank you very much. We will have a confirmed date by the weekend, Rob. Jules has one back. 3-2 trails James Wade. Gary Anderson 3-0 up. Steve Lennon 2-0 up on Danny Noppert, making a burst for the last 8. I love Gary on 79. Bosh, 57, double 11. Cheers.
Do you know what we need, Phil?
What do we need?
You know when you go bowling,
I've been for a while, but I'll take your word for it.
you get the animations up on screen when you hit a strike or a spare or something.
Yeah.
We need shit like that. We need somebody to animate us reeling in a big fish,
Right.
a 9-dart finish.
We won't need that because you missed them.
Shut up. And a couple of other common darts tings.
All right, let me look into it.
as a GIF. Definitely reeling in a massive fish.
A great big whopper.
Yes.
Kevin Dukes is now 1 away.
Ah.
I tell you, this is like good leg, bad leg. Their average goes to a ton, then drops to 91, 92. Goes back to a ton, drops back.
Yeah. D2B says, live lounge, what did I miss? So we've been promising it for a number of years now. Instead of going to Portsmouth and doing it at the live lounge, we are heading to Ilkeston in a few weeks' time. We don't have an exact Monday yet, but myself, Phil, Bars, Dan from the team, hopefully Jar, are heading to the new pub managed by Chris Mason, called the Prince of Wales in Ilkeston, to do a live show from the same room together. If that goes well, we have plans for what we're going to call a content day that will hopefully be on a Friday or a Saturday as well. So we'll do similar. We'll record a bit like, if any of you have seen The Overlap, well, we'll record a number of debate conversations that will then act as live shows for our channel. We'll also do a number of challenges with as many players that we can get there, that sort of thing. We'll make a big day of it. So yeah, the first one will just be one live show, a standard 2-hour live lounge as you're used to it. But instead of 3 of us in boxes on screen, it'll be all 3 of us sat in the same room chatting together with hopefully a few guys there to ask questions in person. And then we will evolve to that for the second stage. Quite looking forward to it. It's been a while. It's been promised for a while.
And then we can all call God stupid in the flesh.
You can try it. I mean, there is one thing to remember, by the way, at this point. I will be drinking when we do that. We're having a live lounge in a pub. Like, I've not drank for the live lounge in a considerable amount of time. We made back in the day when you promised us new T-shirts so that everybody looks the same 2.5 years ago, we said that we were going to be tighter on our rules and nobody was allowed to drink on stream and it was a bad look, etc. We haven't really followed that through. Dan loves a little shandy in the corner on a Monday night. Cam's another one who will love an alcohol beverage or two whenever he helps us out with the Fallout bar. I haven't had alcohol in my system doing one of these shows since, I'll tell you what, it was 6 months ago this week. 6 months ago today. The last time we did it was 6 months ago today, by the way. The last time I had alcohol in my system when I did a Monday night show.
I've had a drink for 15 months, full stop.
Boring.
Anthony, that is something we could do. Absolutely. I'll bring the stuff up. You and Peter can get involved.
You taking me?
Oh, you want to come now?
I don't have to pay for accommodation in New York. You just got to pay for my flights.
Michael Van Gerwen is out.
You see him change the conversation?
No, we'll just...
Did you? Did you all see him change the conversation?
Once we've tested all the equipment to make sure it all works at our first one, then packing it in a bag and taking it to New York is definitely an option.
Yes. You just literally got to get me there. I can sleep at my aunt and uncle's house.
Right, chat room. You said there, he said, I've just got to get in there. He didn't specifically say how. So if we stick him in a container and put him on a ship...
I'd have a great time. As long as there's Wi-Fi and a pillow, just put me in the corner.
Ugh. Oh, Kevin Duke's giving it the big one down the camera lens when he wins. It's a whitewash for Gary Anderson. 6-0, 107.36 for the Flying Scotsman. part of me, God, would love Gary Anderson to win the world and then go, nah, you're right about the Premier League. How funny would that be?
Not just, now you're right with the Premier League. Walk away. Walk away as world champion.
Sounds damn good to me, my friend. And sounds damn good. Looking forward to the Continental Cup as the calendar year for the CDC comes to an end. Great tournament last year. Alex Spellman looking to defend his title in the form he's in. 14 out of 15 games won in Group A in the Super Series. The Jackals booked his place in Saturday night's final and some great prep towards it, Gob.
Yes. Anthony, my uncle lives on Broadway.
Casual.
Yeah. Bottom end. He works in the film industry. My aunt is a film producer. She has won at Cannes before. Is it Cannes? Sundance. She's worked with Sandler, etc. Yeah. She's a lecturer in NYC, but I think she's got some roles coming up in Chicago as well, maybe. She's also on some influential women in the film industry panel with the likes of Dame Helen Mirren, but I'll stop name dropping now. So she worked on the two most famous films I know. She worked on something called The Station Agent in 2003, which was just like almost like a mini documentary thing. She worked on The Cobbler with Adam Sandler in it, and American Animals was one of hers as well. Hit the cinema 2018.
Steve Lennon averaging 109 right now.
Tidy.
Jules Van Donen looking at double 16 to go level, and he levels up and he breaks back. He's now favourite. Bunting has a leg on the board against Kist. Barney's one away from a place in the quarterfinals.
Has Michael Smith been up to what you thought after his world champ major? Etc. Yes and no. Nobody's really won a world title for the first time and then gone on a ridiculous spree that following year. Rob Cross dropped off a bit. Van Gerwen after his first, I don't remember going berserk. But he also had way more majors than most other first times. Gary went back to back, obviously. Smith still has that opportunity. But again, he had a relatively quiet year throughout.
Just having a look now.
He started winning more after the second world title, didn't he? He just loves the venue.
So, after winning, Van Gerwen won the Masters, semi-final of the UK Open, final of the match play.
No, he didn't have a quiet yet.
Won the Grand Prix, won the European Championships, quarter-final with a slam.
No. Wrong year. no, not comparable to Van Gerwen. Different animal, any. Again, though, the back end of the year is where it matters.
Yeah.
But okay, he's changed manufacturer, which not many have done after winning a world title. Taylor did it, and he had a dreadful year, didn't he?
Lewis won and then went back-to-back, but I'm not sure what equipment he played with in the finals.
Again, we can't judge Smith on that yet, can we?
No.
And they were very similar. Very, very similar. The phase 2 unicorns compared to like the phase 3 or 4 targets. Very similar.
The James Wade does seal victory over Jules Van Dongen in a last leg decider. Jules will be disappointed. He did the hard work, broke back. And Barney has also won a last leg decider. RVB into the final 8. He does. Jules Van Dongen is now in a provisional minehead spot. And like we said earlier, God, we're now seeing the Jules Van Dongen that dominated Q School.
Yes. Should be. If he keeps playing like this for another 6 weeks, it will be enough to keep his card.
He's only a grand off the World Championships as well.
Yeah. Afternoon, Andrew. How are we doing?
How are we doing?
Oh, you've got to tell me to change this game, by the way. I keep forgetting I'm in charge. You could share instead. There's not. We'll go with that one because it's 4 each, but it could go either way. We'll get more out of it. Gary Anderson will play the winner of Michael Smith and Ian White.
Right now, it doesn't matter who he plays. Let's be honest.
Stephen Bunting is averaging 109 and is 4-3 behind.
He was 4-1 down.
What the hell is that? Bunting so far today, 106, 109, 111, and now he's averaging 109 again. Someone's had their Weetabix. As Ian White moves 1 ahead of Michael Smith. Bunting from Merseyside, yes. Bring back the PDC. Ooh.
What are you oohing about?
So we had a conversation earlier about would 4 players from Australia consider Q School?
Which 4 or would 4?
Would 4 or from Australasia. So it was Halpai Puar, Ben Robb, Raymond Smith, and Machin.
Yeah.
I said, I don't think Puha will. A, he's a handy golfer. I think he does a little bit on the side of that. And B, I'm not sure he'll make the jump. I said,
No, you're incorrect. He said, again, proves you listen to our content. He said in the interview from the World Series finals that Q School is the goal and the aim, and he wants to tour card.
Oh, sad. I said Ben Robb I expect to have a crack at. I think he's
Yeah.
young enough and ambitious enough to have a go at it. I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen enough from Machin to suggest that he'd be a success over here. I see him very, very similar right now to Gordon Mathers.
Yeah.
And I said Raymond Smith has the ability to do it. Whether or not he makes that jump at this age, when he's been here before, could have stayed over, that sort of thing. If he's managed to get things in shape back home in the last 18 months since he possibly should have gone, then I expect him to come over, and I think he would be the next one to be a real success story from Australia.
For me, Raymond Smith and Ben Robb in particular have the tools to be exceptional tour card holders.
Raymond Smith is a top 32 player if he picks it up for 2 years. And part of that, what I just oohed at was he's just beaten Andy Bartons in the WDF World Cup singles.
Right, okay. To be fair, I genuinely think Ben Robb has that ability as well.
I want to see more of an A game from Rob, I think. Just one or two more times. Do you know what I mean? Go and go berserk, and he needs to add about 3 points to his B game. But other than that, he's got the tools. He's got the time as well, I think.
Yeah.
He is one that could up and go, do you know what, we're going to give this a go.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'd like to see both Smith and Robb, and to be fair, Hope as well, have a real go at it, because again, like America, if you can grow darts in those territories to the level it is at the UK and Europe, then we're talking about significant moves in the market.
Yeah. A big win for Danny Noppert. He beat Steve Lennon 6-5, 104 average for him. I didn't see the finish, but Scotty says, wow, what an out for Heta, 140 plus with Aspon 16. That was for a 6-4 win for the Heat. He'll play Raymond van Barneveld in the next round. Kevin Dutz awaits either Christian Kist or Stephen Bunting. 100 average pays 106 Bunting steel trails in that one. And it's 5 apiece between Marcus Smith and Ian White. By far the worst game from this round. Both players averaging 87. White with the advantage of throw, but Smith has already stolen the darts feature up on screen for you. The winner of that will play Gary Anderson. We're going to see James Wade, Danny Noppert next round as well. They're basically the same player.
Yeah.
This is the moment, by the way, that all 4 of these rounds of fixtures will be streamed. So if you are watching PDC TV, apologies. But at least one is going to be up on screen for this. We'll put 2 up for the semi-finals and obviously the final as well. I think before it even gets there, 2 options, Heta Barney or Gary versus the winner of this.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of Heta and Barney up there yet. We've seen a lot of Gary so far. And the way he's playing, I expect to see Gary in the semis.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll go Heta Barney. I know we've still got some Australian friends watching along. A 149 checkout from Damon Heta.
Heta Barney on streamboard 1.
We'll go with that. There we have it. It will be Michael Smith against Gary Anderson in the quarterfinal lineup in a couple of moments' time. I promise I'm not going to run off and have a domestic this time, but we are going to hit one of these. Welcome back then to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. Myself, Jack Garwood, and Mr. Phil Bars. Apologies for, not really an apology. We played a bit of a longer advert for you there. A, because why not? Then you have less time for us to fill in the gaps. And B, it's one of the last times we're going to be able to use that one because the Windmill product launch is coming very, very soon. I don't know the exact date, Phil. I'm not sure if it's public knowledge yet. You definitely know it because you're definitely going to be there. But yeah, we expect that one to be updated in a matter of time anyway. So keep your eyes out on those. A lot of places might start giving you a bit of a bargain on some of those as well as new ranges are released.
We were talking about Gary Anderson and everything like that. I've just had a quick look. Obviously, this year, he's still defending a fair bit. Yeah. Next year, Gary Anderson is only defending £75,000.
Right. We said Dobie wasn't defending a lot between now and Christmas, as he's only defending 60 grand. And we're like, Gary's only defending 75 for an entire year.
For a whole 2022, ranking money 75.
Oh dear.
That's disgusting. What is he off? He's clawed it back. He's only, I say only as if it's peanuts. He's under 100 grand now off of the top 16 again, which you think at the start of the year, if we'd have said that, we wouldn't have been anywhere near.
Yeah. He promised us this, I'll put the effort in, I'll do it, sort of thing. And I just didn't believe him. I'm still not sure I believe it. And it's happening in front of us. And I still don't want to get carried away.
It's amazing what a text message does, isn't it?
I wish I had something to motivate me like that. I just don't.
Yeah, but it's funny how the simplest thing motivates someone, isn't it, like that?
Yeah, I just don't care enough about anything. I've been in Notts 10 years now. I moved here in September 2013 for uni. I've put on 10 stone since then, and not a single thing you can do or say to me will motivate me to lose anything. Can't be asked.
Fairs.
Yeah, sound. Carry on.
So, I'm looking at the main order of merit here. Bearing in mind, Andrew Gilding has won a TV major this year. If Gary Anderson wins this event, he will leapfrog Andrew Gilding in the main rankings.
The UK Open champion?
Yes.
Oh. Absolutely nailed on for the Premier League.
I've got more chance of playing in the Premier League.
No.
Right now, there's only 3 spots available for the Premier League, and
we're not talking Premier League again. They're not changing the format. I ain't talking about it. You ain't getting coverage from me talking about the Premier League in September. No.
There we go, folks. I'll put 50p in the meter. Strap yourselves in. To be fair, I've just seen this on Twitter as well. This is hilarious. And Matt Law, actually, I think he's one of the better journalists that doesn't spin
There's
stuff.
such thing as a good journalist?
There's 2. I actually think Matt Law and who was the other one? Sam. I'll look in a minute. I know his first name. Sam someone.
Don't know. I like Phil Haig, to be fair. Phil Haig of the Metro is a very, very balanced and good writer.
Anyway, Reece James has been charged for a breach of FA Rule 3E following Chelsea's Premier League game against Aston Villa on Sunday. It's alleged that the defender used inappropriate or assaulting words of abuse towards a match official in the tunnel after the game. You can't make it up that someone that's injured is going to get banned. He's out with a hamstring injury. Ban him all you want. Yeah. Sam Wallace That's it. He's very good.
Fair, there's a couple of Liverpool ones that I don't mind.
Yeah, Sam Wallace is chief football writer for the Daily and Sunday Telegraph. He's very good.
We've got James Pearce and Neil Jones, who are both big Liverpool writers.
Yeah. Anthony, I would love Gary to play one more Premier League, but I just don't think it'll happen.
I don't want him as much as, no. Because I can't see him putting it together for 17 weeks. Not in this current format, anyway.
No.
If it went back to one game a week, maybe. You might have to drag him out for it. But I'm not sure he can be asked for 17 weeks of travelling. He will lose motivation at some point. It's the same reason I don't want to see Peter Wright in there again. Because for 3 weeks out of 17, he might be brilliant. But for the other 14, he's going to chop change, be massively inconsistent, and just not do it anymore.
I'd rather see Ando on all 13 European tours.
Well, now Yenna's gone, it's a possibility.
I don't know. Getting him to Reese is still going to be hard work.
And Trier.
I think Trier's gone as well, isn't it?
Trier's gone as well. Where's the green jacket? Austria?
Yeah, Vienna, I think.
Yeah. Wonder the change from the Noir darts to the Phase 6 now. Maybe. He's chopped and changed a little while, hasn't he? He went back to the Dream Boys at one point. He threw these at one point.
He threw these last Pro Tour as well. And I can tell you why he did last Pro Tour. You know the ones he's playing with at the moment, the Phase 6?
Yeah.
So he literally came back off holiday. They went on a cruise, got back, dropped the family at home, went straight to the Pro Tour, and that was all that was in his case.
They'll do them, won't they?
And I think he's just stuck with them. Have anyone seen the 50th anniversary darts? I haven't.
The Harrows product release was this morning.
I've been working a night. Let's have a look.
Yeah, go and have a look.
I was directing.
They look okay. I mean, I never had any of those old enough darts. I just had a basic. I've thrown Taylor or Gary Anderson darts for a long time. They're basically.
Before I look, have they done the Boxer?
Yes.
Ah, what a dart! Right, let's have a... Oh, I like them. The Magnums, I remember throwing them.
I think playing in Switzerland will take off. I don't know.
I hope so.
They're lovely too. The more place it takes off, the better. The more they try now, they know that those regions... Right, I don't want to see them go to a region too early, because if it fails, they just won't go back.
Yeah. God, the Harrows Originals... Is that the version of the Bristow because they didn't have the rights anymore?
Possibly, because they lost that to Legend.
Yeah. Don't get me, it still looks, but that looks like the Bristow. The Atlantis, I forgot about them. That's what Jim Williams' dart's based off of. The V-Wing, I forgot about some of these. Yes, Anthony. The oh no, they have bought out both. So the Boxer bomb profile is what the Priestley dart used to be, because Priestley was Harrows originally.
Yeah.
So that's what they're based off of. They look nice. And then the Boxer straight dart, that's what Kim Hybrex used to throw as well, or a variation of it in there.
Similar, and Robert Thornton's are still very similar to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're Kim and Thornton's, basically.
Oh, the Boxer fit. To be fair, I think this is a very clever marketing move from Harrows, re-releasing them as like this.
Yeah, there's classics with that new little twist on them, the gold touch-up. They're reasonably priced. They're not too much technology into them because they are classics of sort.
Well, literally, they're just darts with some knurl grip, pretty much. That's all they are.
Yeah, but where they branded it as this, they can get 45 for it. So 20. To be fair, there's probably a markup on things like the Harrow Star one, or the Bristow Star one, because they're a £30 set of darts. But if they charge them all at the same price for this range, they're making profit off some and a slight loss off others, as long as the balance is the same. You'd guess.
Yeah, no, I'd really like the look of them.
Box is what Thornton used to win the win map. Yeah, is Red Dragon are similar now? They're just blue. Bristow darts. I think a lot of people threw Bristow to start with, and a lot of modern darts are based off Bristow. We were saying this earlier. If you look at a lot of the target range, to be honest, Rob Cross, Adrian Lewis, Phil Taylor's first straight dart, they're all based off a Bristow dart. It was a solid straight bit of metal, and they put some rings in it. And everything evolved from there. It's either that or a John Lowe bomb. They're the two, aren't they?
Even Unicorn's version of the first Taylor dart, when Taylor won in 91, that was a Bristow dart.
Yeah. Do you know what? We'll start that one. We're not going to talk about it right away, Jack.
We will talk about that.
We'll do that one between the semis and the final, because we will get a gap. Right? So we will talk. Nobody acknowledged that yet in the chat room. We'll bring it back up in a bit. But we've started it. We'll go with that. Missy's in. How are we doing, Missy? Good to see you.
Missy? Hope you're good.
This is the game we're showing. Yes. It's like they heard us.
Ah, yes. Anthony's just sent me a picture of his Harrow's boxers. Loving that. That's like literally old school boxer with the the nylon stem with the metal tip. You know, the black with the silver. Like proper old school retro. Big fan.
Do you know what my first set of darts were? Tunnel machines.
I'm trying to remember what my very first set was.
They were my granddad's. They're downstairs. I'll go grab them in a moment. In fact, I'm going to go grab them now. You chat.
Rob, we'll star that one as well to go with that, so we can talk about that in the gaps. I like them. But we are back underway. Barney and Hetta. Oh. You know what's coming, everyone. Jar, if you're still in, this one's for you, buddy. Damon Hetta does take the opener against RVB. Looking, Gary Anderson, Michael Smith have got off to an absolute drama. It is Gary Anderson who takes the opener. Just looking, the Gary Anderson action just looks Rolls Royce. Absolute Rolls Royce.
I bought my box up. 50 quid a set. I got 2 for 60.
Fairs.
I'm going to let it Portsmouth.
God, on stream board 2, Gary Anderson's action is just looking so good at the moment.
When he's on it, it's one of the best I've ever seen.
And I love the fact that his first switch, treble 17.
He can count.
Also, It's interesting that Barney has ditched that horrible-looking dart he was throwing and has gone back to the one that resembles his most successful dart.
Yes. Unicorn pouch, anyone?
How many Dutchies will reach the semi-final? Sadly, just the one. I think Heta gets the better of Barney. Wade gets the better of Noppy. So it'll be either kissed or doots.
Okay. Signed Wolfie case, anyone?
What a legend that man is.
Stuart Broad's name tag from the last time I worked at Lord's. Funnily enough, him and Jimmy walked in and didn't need their name tags.
Well, Gary Anderson's missed a huge opportunity here. Missed 3 darts at 24 and pays the price. They're well thrown darts, to be fair. I know he's from up your neck of the woods, but I'm not a Stuart Broad fan.
Get out. Does anyone know what these are and where I can get an individual one of them? Because a friend threw them at uni, lost one, now I've ended up with 2 of them. These were my first ever.
Nice. Yeah, I'm that whole Broad Swan Pryor little click, not a fan.
No, I said this about Jimmy earlier. I'm a bit concerned about the fact he might just be outstaying his welcome in that dressing room.
The fact that I was very much Team KP as well.
Yeah. The ton machines, Rob.
Michael Smith takes out 130 for a 12 dart breaker throw on the ball.
Very, very faintly.
I think this has happened the last 2 Pro Tours, that Michael Smith just seems to have upped his level when he played Gary. He played mediocre and then...
Yes.
How are you, Fred? Hope you are good. Yeah, Joel, Jules Van Dongen's played really, really well for the last couple of months. And
yes,
we haven't seen anywhere near the form that got him his tour card because he was sensational. But we're now starting to see that version. Again, just looking at the Michael Smith shirt, it'll be guided. Obviously, by the look at one of his bigger sponsors, he won't be able to use this coming week.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Tony Bet, obviously Boyle's sponsoring the Grand Prix. Gary Anderson's 3-1 Dangob, averaging 116.
Standard.
Gosh, so Gary tees up 26 after 12. Michael Smith takes out 156.
Yeah, they're a very old ton machine, James. Alan Glazier, wasn't it?
Have you ever thrown with those magnetic darts?
No.
They are funny to throw with.
No. I've thrown with, you know, the really, really small ones?
Yeah.
I've thrown them. They're good fun. I've thrown the nails. The novelty nails you get in a pack of 3.
Oh, I'll tell you, Steve West is sensational with them.
A throne with straws. That's good fun. Once you realise that you can't poke yourself in the eye with it. You don't need a flight if you've got a straw. It's too long. Brilliant. They lie down quite nicely as well. It really, novelty-wise. The throwing variations of Phil's darts. 3-2 then between Heta and Barney. Gary Anderson one back. He's 3-2 behind now.
How are we doing? Tug, hope you are good. Anthony as well. Yeah, some game, absolutely.
Afternoon, Anthony, by the way. Hope you're doing. You just said that one, didn't you? Literally. Favorite Jen of Phil's darts, target only. I couldn't tell you what number they are, but when he first moved over, he had the silver ones, didn't he, with the blue?
With the little pixel bits at the...
So originally, they had pips at the front, but they didn't have anything at the back. He added 3 scallops.
Yeah,
so it didn't run all the way around. It was just a triangle.
Whatever it was.
Those ones, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind the bit with the triangles at the back.
I just need something for my thumb to rest on.
I thought it was funny. Phil's most successful target dart was with the one that was identical to his Rosso.
Yeah.
How are we doing, Zane? Hope you are good.
That's my favourite dart of all time. I just can't throw them anymore. The Gary. World champion, 2 rings.
I just remember that spell when Gary and Michael used to literally just beat the living shit out of each other.
Yeah.
And it was just so good to watch.
When they did it in Dubai outside, it was a fucking joke.
Both averaging 111 over 21 legs, whatever it was.
With the wind blowing against whatever they're throwing. Yes, Sam?
Yeah. Yeah, just ridiculous.
No Luke Humphreys today, Derek. Believe he's back tomorrow. Just a 1-day rest for him. Obviously, had back issues at the weekend. If we get any more of that, we'll let you know. Why is Billy Piper trending?
Oh, God. With all the accusations being flying around, I dread to think.
Right, 1, you definitely missed a chance then to just say because she wants to. Shocking from you. And 2, you don't want to know.
With everything else that's gone on the BBC, I was just...
She was with Russell years ago, wasn't she? So she's being dragged into it now.
Yeah.
Was she with Lawrence Fox? I thought she was with Brand. Same thing. Oh, she was with Fox, yes.
Gary Anderson has a break-back opportunity here. We are level again. think this is a big game for Gando, just in relation to beating Michael Smith.
Day and night was on the timeline. You had to listen to it. Say again.
I just think this is a big game for Gary in his own head.
Yes.
Good darts from Jim Williams today. So yeah, I look. Jim Williams is a proper player if he wants to be one.
World Championship finalist.
Gary's averaging 110. Oh, Gary, that's filth. Ton 180, ton 121 in 3 for a 12 darter. Oh.
As good as his action looks right now, I also think the change in barrel suits his action. I think where he's dragging them but spinning them, he's getting away with it.
Yeah.
A little bit more. Like the drag down seems to just push it up. He's not dragging them as far or as wide.
In the middle of the ball as well.
Don't start, Joel. You'll get Barzy on a rampage.
Don't know what you're on about. Yeah, Sam, I'm still throwing the Valhallas. Really like them. If Gary wins it this way, then we might as well go home. He's on the fish. He's missed the ball. Yes, Sam, it is a front-loaded dart. Oh, Gary Anderson's just missed the ball for the fish. Let's see how close it was. Michael Smith sends us all the way. This is an incredible game. Absolutely incredible. And then he starts 45. Gary. Quite wired is it as well. And we got a fish slap from Gary. He's livid with himself. Did Michael Smith just try to go tops double 10? He threw the first dart out of the board on 60. Big moments here for both of them. It's level pegging. Smith slightly in front, but not enough to be a converted chance yet. It is now because Gary only scores 60. It's advantage Michael Smith in the decider.
That's one done. Christian Kist is our first winner. 6-4 over Kevin Duke. Solid run from Kevin.
Oh, he's done it. Gary Anderson's missed the dart at double 18 for a 156 and lost. The last two legs, he missed a dart at the ball for a 170 and a dart at double 18 for 156.
Averaged 108 and change and got beat 6-5.
Yeah.
Darts! I don't really know. Love the darts, if I'm being completely honest.
And it's clipped the wire again as well. Michael Smith has gotten away with one here.
Malachi, fuck off.
Yeah, Michael Smith has gotten away with one.
I'll watch anything, basically. Bruins pre-season got off to a great start last night. Not. Barney goes level 5 apiece with Damon Hetter, and James Wade gets one back. Trails 5-3.
It's just the thing, like, before, or go back 18 months, 2 years ago, James Wade averaging 91 against someone averaging 93. He would win this game all day long.
Yeah.
Michael Smith beat Ian Whitebirdie.
Bars is a Spurs fan. Noms.
Yeah, I'm a Spurs fan.
That's a solid last leg from Damon Hatter, by the way.
Yeah.
As he does get over the line. No more alarms for today, but that will be back tomorrow.
I've starred 2 questions as well. You starred one, I starred another one as well for our little chatting points.
Sound. We'll run a quick ad before that, and then let's catch the end of this one. There's no point sitting watching nothing. Five, 4. Go on, Wadey boy. There's a set of them downstairs as well, by the way.
Still got your flights and stems?
Yeah, they're in the box behind my trophy. So I've got Wade, Flight and Stems, Bunting, Mervyn King, David Evans, Damon Hetter, Joe Cullen, Luke Woodhouse. Downstairs there's a set of Dobies as well. I never got his card. And I did have a set of Lewis's, but if I'm being completely honest, where I bought 2 sets of those as well, I have no idea which ones they were. So I need to change this around, to be fair.
Is that because you don't want to be called Prime Boy anymore?
Well, it's a fact. I started collecting the Noir range when Unicorn first released them. So I've got 4 of those sets downstairs. I've never thrown any of them. They're in the box to be displayed, and they're currently on the shelf, but with the sleeve on top of them. They open up to display the darts.
Yeah.
They were on my shelf in my old darts room before we moved house, but since then they were downstairs. This wasn't my office originally. Elliot was using it.
Yeah.
That's all. His shit is all up there, so I think I'll move some of these up, get rid of his, and then put the darts there.
Nice. Which ones have you got?
The cheaper ones. I have Gary, Michael Smith, Kim Hybrex, James Wade. The other 2 they released to start with were Sago Asada, which were bloody expensive, and Yellow Classum, which were bloody expensive, and they used to snap in half if anybody actually threw them. And then they added Dimmy and Ian White to the collection as well, so I'm actually only halfway there nowadays.
Yeah, because the milling involved in the Asada and Classum ones was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah. Right, that is the quarterfinals done. We'll run a quick ad, maybe even 2 if I set one off. I've got to run off for 30 seconds. Let's go. That one, bars are on a second one, and then we'll discuss these starred questions for you.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling.
Welcome back, everyone. There's our ad break done. Just waiting for Gob to come back.
I'm here, don't worry. I was getting the lid to the box.
Right, which one of the what starred questions do you want to do first?
Let's go retro first.
Right, so the first one is going to mess us up a little bit, but we'll just put it up anyway. Oh, it didn't. Fair enough. I thought it'd move us. What other sets would you like to see manufacturers bring back?
I'm not really sure, you know. This is where you're leading. Because you are considerably older than me.
Yeah.
12
Well,
years.
the Harrows have bought some back today. The Boxer was a huge dart back in the day that so many players started with a Boxer because they were very reasonably priced for a tungsten dart at the time. I'm trying to think what other ones have been discontinued or...
For me, it probably wouldn't be darts. So I think the majority of that, there's so many darts and there's so many custom darts and there's so many players that have their own branded barrel or variations of that these days. I don't think there's a lot to do in terms of the design of darts. You can change grips a little bit, but actually, if you look at, again, the top players along the similar lines of molded flights and stuff, they're not changing. They're all pretty basic. I'd go and get the Quadro board back.
Yeah, I'd like to see something played on a Quadro board.
Especially with modern technology where you don't have staples and stuff as well. The chance to hit 240 instead.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other retro equipment. There was some. There'd have been some random darts back from Tommy Darts back in the day and all that.
Never even heard of them.
Yeah, shout my age.
There's a couple of sets for my own benefit I'd like back, or for people around me. So the Chris Dobie Gem 1s from Unicorn, they're not manufactured anymore. They're a pain in the ass to get hold of.
Devon Unicorn.
Unicorn dart is very similar to a few others at the time, but they stopped making that. They're a nightmare to get hold of. Even he can't get hold of his own dart. The one that's like absolute rocking horse poo to find is the Devon Peterson Unicorn dart.
Yeah.
With the scallop in it.
Yeah.
Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Stephen Bunting averaged 108.5 for the tournament today and got beat in the last 16.
I tell you what, again, from a selfish point of view, the Colin Lloyd unicorn darts.
You had unicorn, so I had his Target pure darts that were all in one. I've still got them now. They're in the box.
Yeah, I had his unicorn ones. Also, a lot of people, I know you throw them, it's the Adrian Lewis unicorn.
No, I throw the Target Gen 2s.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that threw the unicorn one and can't get them anymore.
Yes.
Right, this one. Top 3 best darts throw action on tour. And I'm going to flip this into a part 2. Best 3 actions of all time. We'll do on tour to start with now.
I'm still struggling to narrow it down. And the problem I've got with all time as well is I pretty much could shout 3 players right now. But they've all had issues.
Gary, Adrian.
Barney. Prime Barney's action was fucking Rolls Royce.
Barney's action when he threw them is so much better than the lob we get today.
Yeah.
So what I mean by that is, can you see that? Or let's do it the other way so you can kind of see it. Now, at the back, he used to physically hold them, where now that finger's up in the air and it's just a lob, where before it was a proper throw.
Yeah. I'd love to see somebody flip James Wade action so I could see it from the perspective of
a right-hander.
To compare. Just to check how solid that is.
Yeah, because we don't see it in the hand, do we?
Foot. The actual arm part of his action is solid, but where he's up on his toes throughout the years, that's been an issue.
Yeah, I'd like to see it in the hand.
Yeah. Current actions on tour is a 128. You'll struggle to see nicer than Ross Smith at the moment. Damon Hetters has got to be up there.
In terms of being solid, I completely agree. I personally, this is a personal preference here. I prefer one that's a more fluid action, where I put Hetters in the same class as James Wade as robotic. That's not a bad thing, by the way. That's just personal preference.
Yeah.
I tell you one action I do like. I like Cameron Menzies' action. I'm not saying it's fluid, but you know, one that I just like.
Yeah. Muramatsu from the Super Series last week. His action is mustard.
Yeah, I agree.
Lawrence Largins is up there as well in terms of wider actions. Just technically, it's just sound. He's just a moron. I tell you what, as much as John Lowe's performances in the seniors weren't quite at that level, John Lowe's action is still ridiculously good.
I'll tell you another action that has stood the test of time and hasn't changed one bit is Trina's.
Yeah.
It's still exactly the same now as what it was when she was winning title after title.
Mm-hmm. I really, really, really like Colin McGarry's action. I think the elbow is just locked. It's solid. Mervyn King's got too much to go wrong with his, in my opinion, because he twists the darts where he spins it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, he spins it so much as well that there's a chance it just doesn't go through the air properly. I've thrown his darts. I've got a set in that box. The old style ones. The black ones.
Again, this is one that you wouldn't coach, but when it's on, there's something about the Joe Cullen action when it's on.
Not on enough, though, and that's why I'd never say he's got the best throw.
No, I'm not. I know, 100%. I'm with you. I'm not saying it's the best, but just one of those ones when it's on, it is so nice.
Yeah. Lisa Ashton's got a great chuck, to be fair. Ooh.
Yeah, I just think at times when she's playing well, it's fine. But when she's not, the follow through sometimes stops. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
When it's on, it's fine, but when it's
In that regard, Anastasia's throw is mustard. You look at women that have won the world championship, and they've all got more traditional
throws, yeah.
Yeah. Evans, if he slowed down half a second, yeah. Dimmy's base is solid, can't fault that. The fact he can't sort which pace that he wants to throw out is an issue.
He's not on tour at the moment, but the Dave Evans throw's beautiful as well.
Beautiful. Him and Mike Warburton.
Oh, and another one that's not on tour, Darren Beveridge.
Yeah. The Warby throw is delightful.
Yeah.
Hilagan was solid. Lim, no. James Wilson. No, Wilson had loads of issues with it staying on the board, didn't he?
Yeah, because they tried to come in at that angle.
Yeah.
For me, the James Wilson dart was always too small because of the way he was a rear gripper and he used to push it and it used to come up at such a steep angle and then go like that.
Stephen Bunting's throws never changed.
I'm just not a fan of the position of his dart in his hand. The way it's angled down.
Ian White's is steady. He's always had a solid base.
Too much going on release, though, the way he pulls it back.
He's also one of them that doesn't really get into a rhythm or a flow. So every dart is an individual. So I think he, especially under pressure, there's no right, we'll just drop into a rhythm.
That's that.
On it, yes. But when he's not, just drags a load.
Yeah, because of the way he twists it into the thumb and finger, the release has to be perfect.
Same with Scotty, where he twiddles it and then gets going.
Yeah. To be fair, I agree with Bonkers there. The Richie Burnett action is still the same as it was when he won Lakeside. It's just everything else that goes with it now.
Yeah, not for me. Clearmaker, I think, is too tall. Solid for what it is, but it's so low. Nah, Lenny's too out. Lenny's a bit like Cullen for me. Michael Smith, when he's not walking...
Yeah, but again...
the walk causes the drag, not the throw.
Yeah, I know, 100%. I agree. I think Doby's is really nice. Nothing can go wrong with Doby's.
anymore. See, I'm not as sold as everybody else in the world is on Steve Beaton's.
I get why.
Because yes, it hasn't changed, but the lack of
Follow through is the issue.
and a follow through is an issue for me, and he just never looks like they're settled. Peter Wright, maybe. The problem is Peter Wright's throw changes depending on what darts he's throwing, and that's an issue.
Yeah.
Van der Voort, no, too much going on. Darren Young, steady. The Deckers is solid. I like the Deckers. Now, Damon Hector wins the ball on streaming board 2. Why are you not just going live? Fucking piece of crap. I don't like Darren Webster's. I don't like Gezzy's.
Do you not like Gezzy's?
Right.
I don't mind Gezzy's.
Damon Hatter's got a lovely throw. Chizzy's follow through is all over the gaff, no chance. Lloydie's was lovely.
Yeah.
Lloydie, Bob.
The Bob Anderson finger point is still iconic.
Yeah.
Nah, not for me. Yellers is all over the place.
Yeah.
The way the elbow's out at a right angle and.
Phil's was solid. I don't think we ever really put Phil's in that conversation because it was so manufactured.
Yeah, it was more because he was left-eyed, Donny, the way he pulled it across. The same as Bobby's, as in George back in the day.
Yeah.
His should never have worked, but it did.
Yeah. Prince is steady, but Prince had issues with his shoulder recently, didn't he? It's sort of broken down a bit.
The other one, you look back that should never have worked, but he won 2 world titles, was Jockeys.
Yeah. Dennis's was too slow for me. Do you guys sit there and watch PDC TV? We've got PDC TV on and Dart Connect. We just try and give you as much as possible. Danny Noppert takes the opener, by the way. Justin Pike, no. Although his darts were massively underrated.
Yeah.
As a barrel and as a setup, they were weighted-wise, like balancing point. They were unbelievable. They were such a nice balanced dart. Tell you what, there was a time when Martin Adams in that conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Luke Humphreys looks effortless at times.
I don't like where he sets it. Dennis Smith, I still have to see Dennis Smith's action quite regularly on the seniors floor events, and it has not changed one little bit.
It's weird though, isn't it? The way it's point out.
Yeah. Ian Moss still has the arm out backwards.
Mind you, I love Dennis Smith because back in the day, we pulled a flanker once. We were short for Super League, and Dennis obviously lives in Swindon, which is Wiltshire.
Yeah.
We're obviously Hampshire. We were short for a Super League game. We may have drafted Dennis Smith in for a game.
I love him as a very nice gentleman. So is Mark.
Yeah, really nice. But yeah, we drafted Smithy in.
Who else has got a nice throw on the seniors?
To be fair, again, I'm showing my age now, but Prime Mason action was lovely.
And it's rolling now. It's still pretty good.
That's what I mean. But now it's obviously where we has to practice a lot more, where he's playing all the time.
Thornton, no. It's okay. Gates, no. David Cameron, just a little bit too much going on.
He who must not be named. You can't fault the action.
No. It was. Yeah.
I know we laugh, but the action was superb.
The reason he's a multiple-time world champion.
Yeah, I agree. That's what the Pascal Ruprek action is very, very good. When he blitzed Q School, I was interested to see what his action was like and was thoroughly happy when I saw it.
Yeah. So I've not seen Dave Whitcomb ever throw a dart.
How are we doing, Dave? Hope you are good.
I've only seen Everson play once, and I still get scarred.
Derek is in. How are you? All good?
To be fair, DC, your action is mustard, mate. I'll give you that. For a lefty. But no, your action, yeah, fair play, actually. Call you, yeah, back yourself. Solid. You have let me down, though. I've been back telling people you're going to win one of these for months. You made a final and played like a muppet.
Kim Hybrex, it was okay.
2013 Grand Slam quarterfinal, Kim Hybrex. Beautiful.
But again, I think tried to overcomplicate it and was looking for something that didn't need to be fixed.
Yeah. Wadey's is solid. I think we don't give Wade enough credit because he's a lefty.
Yeah, because we don't see it as much as we do the right-handers in terms of dart in hand and everything like that.
Yeah. If he stays flat-footed, fine. Do you know what? If somebody had gone to Wadey and said, stop trying to jump on your front foot to throw over the top of blockers, learn to switch, I dread to think what he could have won. Sherrick's is decent. It's not changed a lot either. The Sherrick World Final against Ashton appeared on YouTube the other day.
One thing I would say now...
Do you think she's nervous? She went 140, ton, 100. I was like, fuck it up. Nah, she's all right, lads.
Now, her elbow's in a much better position.
Yeah.
Her elbow used to be too high.
Yes. We should probably mention the darts, by the way. Danny Noppert does lead Michael Smith 3-0. Michael Smith really did save his best for Gary Anderson, didn't he? He's not gone near this level all day. He's back down to an 81 average. Trails 3-0 to Danny Noppert, who's averaging 107. Make that 4-0. Damon Hetta from 1-0 up finds himself 3-1 behind. To the lipstick, Christian Kist. Are we heading for an all-Netherlands final? I have seen Terry Downs throw. That one does the rounds very often.
Yeah, there was one that says, which pro's action has had the biggest change? There's a few. You look at early Taylor, when the dart was pointing to the floor to where it ended up was quite a big change. MVG used to have the little pinky in the air. Peter Wright's changes a lot, depending on what dart he's throwing. The grip changes with it.
Terry Jenkins? Too high, I think. Schindler's throw is one that's changed a lot, by the way.
For the better, though, because he had a technical issue, went away and fixed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barney's agree. But Barney's action used to be so much better than it is now.
Yeah.
What's that, Ian? I know I'm off topic here, but I really hate Like when you subscribe to PDC TV, they do not offer you the right to watch any other time but live. I may be wrong, but part of PDC TV subscription, didn't you get the Matchroom Live subscription as well? Which did have the archive stuff.
Pass.
I might be wrong with that.
Smith misses the ball for a 1-2-7 in game and finds himself 5-0 down. Correct answer is Max Hop. In retards of failed action, Max Hop broke down to hell, mate.
Gary Anderson must be thinking, where was this Michael Smith 20 minutes ago?
He'll be spewing.
Probably somewhere they have a full archive. Just don't know if it's public or not. Off topic. Yeah, I never rated Joe Joyce anyway, but absolutely no punch resistance now.
Oh,
Absolutely mullered.
sue him for impersonating a boxer.
Look, Bob Anderson, what a ledge.
Will Lewis ever return? Go and watch our interview with him on this channel and find out. The answer isn't there. He says he doesn't know yet. Danny Noppert is match start. No, he's not. Best of 7. First 7 now. He's one away, though. 6-0 up on Michael Smith. Have we ever seen a comeback from 6-0 down since they changed the format to best of 13?
I don't remember. I'm not saying there hasn't been, but I don't remember one.
Afternoon, Jacob. How are we doing, pal?
Oh, good, Jacob. Hope you are well.
Or you can't sell your spot. That's not how it works.
You basically pick. You got to pick which one you want to play in.
Yes. Can we talk that? In fact, I'll bring it up again tomorrow as a point to discuss earlier on while there's lots going on, but we changed. I tweeted yesterday saying if you could change one thing in darts, what would it be? And one of the best replies I got was, put players back in shoes.
No, I disagree with that.
Now, I said I don't mind trainers for comfort all day, especially for things like Pro Tours, because I was definitely a shoe person. But the amount of colours that are sneaking onto trainers these days, no. Plain black trainers or shoes.
That's down to the tournament director to enforce.
Yeah, and they've let it slide for too long.
Yeah, but they've also let a lot slide because remember when it said it used to be had to be black or grey trousers?
It's dress trousers, isn't it?
It didn't used to be. It used to state black or grey.
Black or brown shoes.
Until Peter Wright got involved.
Yeah. But you used to pay a fine for that, and originally his fines throughout the year went to a charity, but I think they changed that.
Yeah, it just says tailored trousers now.
Yeah. But yeah, the dress code, sort it out.
No, there's one. I replied to your tweet. That's the one thing that I'd love changed.
Yeah, your interviews. Get rid of them.
You knew what I meant.
PDPA. Got an issue with them?
The booze. Dancing with the Devil.
There's a couple that suggested that. Funnily enough, though, and I'm not calling anybody out, but one of the people that also suggested that plays sober. Bless him. He's like, yeah, stop them drinking. Why, Richie? So you can have a crack at them. But you've been doing it for years. No hats. They are a sighting device.
I just think in terms of making the sport professional, that has to happen.
Yeah. Can we go back to technology or darts or whatever we'd bring back as Danny Noppert wraps up a 7-1 victory over the world champion Michael Smith? Unbelievable, that one. Do you remember? I can't remember who said it. It might have even been Sightright, you know. I can't remember where it's from. When I was at uni, somebody set something up or developed something. It was a load of crap, basically. But what it was a plastic ring.
On your dart?
No, you wore it on your finger.
Right.
But on top of the ring was almost like a fucking scope that you see on a gun.
So basically, you're like that, lining up the ring on the 25.
Yes, you're supposed to bring your dart back so that little bit, however you sight the dart, is in a direct line to the treble 20.
Is that legal?
I don't know. I never saw it take off.
Hey, look, I like the invention. The inventiveness. Yeah, I agree, Jacob. The rankings, your money should depreciate every month. Something that you did 22 months ago should have no bearing on what happens now.
Don't start giving answers to that. We'll talk about that one tomorrow.
Oh, what, when I'm not here?
Well, we've already done technology today. The semis in the final. Talk about the darts. That's as we're going along. I'll chuck some results out sort of thing as well. You stop that. We'll do tomorrow's only Dart Connect as well. I found it, by the way. Fucking found it.
What, the Sighter ring?
Yeah, have a look at this.
Oh.
How on earth was that ever a fucking thing? Someone tried to make a quick quid. Oh, fucking overlay.
Match point. Christian kissed the lipstick.
We have an all Netherlands finale.
Hands up if you picked Christian Kist against Danny Noppert at the start of the day.
Liars. Right, one more quick little ad break. This one will just be a little tiddler, and then we will get ready for the final.
Well, hello.
See him look up then. Oh dear. We have to
Hello
stream.
there.
How are you doing, everyone? Long
The
time no
final.
see.
1 game to go. Who will be crowned champ?
Score predictions in the chat room. First to 8 for a final. Danny Nopper against Christian Kist.
Is Christian Kiss going to join a very elite club, Gob?
Has he never won one before?
No, players to win a ranking event that don't have a tour card.
He's not got a tour card.
I'm sure he's a stand-in.
Oh, God.
Have I second-guessed myself here? Yeah, he's second on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
Go on then, Christian boy.
Could join a very exclusive club. So in fact, I thought I was right, but the way God sounded so convinced, I was like, have I fucked up here?
Don't blame me.
So in fact, you sold it the way you went, he has. I was like,
Sure, you pleb. Kiss could put himself into the match playing Grand Prix spots for next year. I mean, absolutely nothing. It won't. But that was one of the replies I got, right? So actually, if you build up a challenge tour earnings and you go and win your tour card,
I know where you're going with this.
you should start your career with that amount. And obviously, it'll be a 1 year rolling anyway.
Is that the same with the Dev Tour?
Don't know. I don't know if you carry your challenge tour earnings or if you get top up to Pro Tour, because that's order of merit, isn't it, money, rather than challenge tour order of merit.
Yeah.
So if you appear on the Pro Tour at any point in that year, your ranking shouldn't reset to 0.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree, because Keegan Brown would have been at Blackpool this year if that had been the case.
If you get back on there on a 1 year roll-in, you've effectively not lost anything at that point. And actually, by the end of the season, to get back into the Players' Champ and stuff, you aren't any better off because you'll have money dropping off defending, etc.
I probably was, Dave, yeah. The final, Lars, will probably be about 5 minutes or so. Kissed his 40th for Minehead. That's brilliant.
He's better than be right.
I'm going to look at something else. Because he's topped up quite a lot.
40. How much has he earned then?
At the moment, Gob, as well, forget the Challenge Tour spot. He's actually in a Pro Tour Order of Merit spot for the World Championships.
He is. I don't know what's included in this. I presume he's not allowed to play the Slam qualifier.
I would guess not.
I'm just trying to work out if he's one of those that could go and earn his tour card outright. Without provisional money. If he wins this, he'd be 25.5. With provisional money, he's 35k. So 10 grand. So that can't be Worlds and Players. So this run today might have put him in the Players as well. That's 2 cracks at TV events.
At the
Could we see
moment,
Christian Kist earn a tour card?
the Scott
in 1
Williams
year?
route.
Yeah.
Aspinall is now just over $2,000 outside the Players' Championship finals in Minehead.
The other thing to consider is if Kist does win this, there are still 7 Pro Tours left this year.
And he's probably going to be in them all.
He would be immediately in all of them. Because of the Cadby, Perez and Lewis situation, if you win a Pro Tour, you jump ahead of number 1 on the Challenge Tour to a call-up. So he would be in everything between now and the end of the season, giving him the best chance.
And the fact he's second on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit anyway.
7 more Pro Tours, Players' Championship finals, and the World Championships.
Tidy.
That could be very interesting.
Just check something. He'd have to go some. He can technically still get to the Grand Slam, but he's got to overtake Barry Van Peer on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
Is there another Challenge Tour event before the Slam?
Must be. Not there, not there. Women's Series, Players' Championship. Yes, there is. There is Challenge Tour. There's 4 events at the end of October. So, he could.
Yeah, Order of Merit winner, yeah. But if he's Order of Merit winner, then he'd already have a tour card, wouldn't he? So getting there outright would only benefit Berry, not him. Which is boring.
Yeah.
I want to see if he can do it. I can't enter the qualifier, so he can't do it ranking-wise. Could he not get there as a Pro Tour winner?
Is a Pro Tour going to be enough?
Dirk, Damon and Danny are currently in on Pro Tour wins.
It may do. He's got...
Eurotour is currently providing 3 players, Chisnell, Humphreys and Ratajski. As it stands, I think Dirk, Damon and Danny are in from winning Pro Tours. But then Rids is there, wouldn't be in enough.
That's what I was about to say. Rids is still there.
As well. So is that highest ranked and won a Pro Tour? They've all won, not won multiples. Dirk has won 3, Damon's won 2. Danny won the second and is in another final. If he were to win this and another.
Yeah. Could be about to get jazzy.
Who's third on the Challenge Tour?
Cam Crabtree.
He'll be cheering for Kist here.
And Owen Bates is only just behind Crabtree.
Excellent. I've heard the rugby games are mint, by the way. We're missing out. Don't worry though, folks. To the pub!
Who's playing in the egg, Jason?
Namibia versus Uruguay. Not your usual, what a game this would be, but... I think we're going to play a half and half team, Sam, so... I don't think either City or Newcastle can afford to play a B team against each other.
I'm sure Pep and that would have had a chat.
Do you think they have like a gentleman's agreement to both rotate? Are you allowed to do that? Is that match fixing?
It's not match fixing, but I'm sure the question would have been asked, are you fielding a full strength team? I don't think we're too far away now, folks. Who are you going for then, Gob? Now your colours to the mast.
Daniel.
I agree.
8-5. As long as it's not 8-7, because I'll still be sat here in half an hour's time and I am wasting drinking time.
Keep telling you, drinking's bad for you.
So just sitting here for 6 hours with you, but I still do it for a job. I'm not really associated with that.
Yeah, Calvin Phillips might get a run out tonight.
He's starting.
Is he?
He started for him at the weekend as well, didn't he?
No, he came on when Rodri got sent off.
No, he's starting. He was in the press like 2 days ago.
I tell you what, I know you don't want to talk about the Premier League, but I'm going to ask you a question here. How close is Danny Noppert? Or how close should he be?
What, from week 1? Miles away. It's nowhere near Barnsley, is it? Talent-wise, he's certainly up there. World ranking-wise, he's certainly going to be up there. But they did leave out Luke Humphries last year, who is a more charismatic player and would have been in the same position that Danny is going to end the season on current trajectory. Obviously, last year he had the benefit of being UK Open champion. That isn't the case anymore. Unfortunately, as much as we compared him to James Wade earlier for style of play and ability and picking off people with finishes, he's in that similar conversation for Wade and that he needs to do more. He needs to make it impossible for them to not pick him. Whether I agree with that or not is a different matter.
I don't disagree. Danny Nopper has missed the opportunity for first blood in the final. Can Kiss punish? Adam, I thought that, but then they did give him the World Series.
In the Netherlands.
And Australia and New Zealand.
Because of a late withdrawal.
No. He was in it already. When certain player turned it down, well, not turned it down, couldn't go because of family commitments, it was Dimitri that got that place.
Where's Ross Smith's call up?
Sure, the email must have got lost.
He won a major. Does that mean Gilding's going to Australia next year then? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Why not? The UK Open champion.
You're right, he is.
Send him to Australia then.
What's that?
Send him to Australia then.
With the greatest love and respect in the world, trying to interview Andrew Gilding after he won a major was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Let alone 2 days of press for each World Series event. Could you imagine?
Yeah, but still, send him anyway because it's funny. Marker! One. Out of the top 16, who's most... They're all usually in the top 16, aren't they? Who's not played Premier League in the top 16? Humphreys has not been there. Dirk's not been there. Hetter's not been there. Searle's not been there. Only 4 of the top 16 have not played in the Premier League before. Of those, Dirk is most likely to get a call-up.
Yeah, I agree.
No, Luke. Luke's most likely to get a call-up this year, then Dirk.
Luke's in.
Then... I think it's in that order, to be honest. I think it's in ranking order right now. Luke's in. Dirk most likely to get a call-up. Then Hetter, then Searle. No idea. Week-to-week comparisons, they weren't great, but apparently they were all wrong on Twitter. Just made up by keyboard warriors. World number 17, Ross Smith. I can't see him defending a lot for the rest of the year. 15% of his ranking is 2021.
Yeah.
51 grand. And how much of that is the Worlds? 25 of that? No, wrong year. Most recent last. Grand Prix 10 grand. Players Champs 5. World Champs 25. What's that? Round 2?
3.
3. Is he in the Slam this year? Defending European champ, he must be.
No, because then he got the Slam last year.
Well, that's...
Kirk, I did see the 160 because I was pressing the buttons to make sure you could all see it. Danny Noppert back in front. Do we... Yeah, Adam, that's part of the issue as well, that the fact that Kezi's outside the top 4 means that he's still going to be in. So that's an extra place gone. So there's only literally 3 places that everyone's shooting for. No, I don't think Snakey will make the cut.
Gone. Although that means safe in baseball, but yeah, gone.
Kiss looking 81 to level up.
40.
Kiss on fire here.
He would be. Come on, we want a one-sided final. What if you fall off a cliff? Who are we on about, Liam?
Peter Wright.
I think a year out will do him the world of good, to be honest. I know he's not getting any younger.
No, Andrew Kiss doesn't have a tour card. Chizzy for the Prem, not at the moment.
No.
If I was picking it right now, no. But if he goes and gets to a world final or something, yes.
But the problem is he'll get to a final. He won't win one.
Yeah, right now,
and that's
no.
the same issue when he goes in the Premier League. He'll go close, he'll pull off some performances, but when it comes down to crunch time, he won't have it. Until that changes in Dave Chisnall. No. Wright could easily win a major, but as it stands right now, Peter Wright is not in the Premier League. He's world number 12 provisionally or something stupid. He just has not played well enough. And if they put him in there, he doesn't deserve it because he's done nothing this year.
Did get to the World Cup final. Did get to a TV final.
Piss off.
Danny Noppert back in front.
Prefer not to speak, Jamie.
If I speak. This would be Noppert's second title of the year.
Yep. Top 8 in the world as it stands today, it should be in the Premier League exceptional right. Don't mind it. Much as I love Johnny Clayton, I think I'd go Dirk this year. Oh no, you can put Dirk in there. You take Peter Wright out and you put Dirk in there. Yeah, perfect. I'll go with that.
It's not the... It's okay.
What do you mean it's okay?
It's okay.
Who else you putting in there? I nearly said something then.
Yeah, but Andrew, the Premier League isn't about the best 8 players in the world. Yes, it is one of the considerations, but the Premier League ticks so many more. You have to tick so many more boxes than just being a good player. Whether that's right or wrong is another matter. But the fact that you do
That would have got me in trouble. Danny Noppert leads 4-2. Josh Rock is nowhere near the Premier League.
No. He was in the conversation last year.
He was, because he had such an impact early, but they're never going to do it off 1 year unless you make world final like Cross. And you look at the form right now, and it's basically decision justified, isn't it? Like, if there were 16 players last year, I think Josh Rock would have been in there. Would his fortunes this year have changed? Maybe. But also the fact that he has not stalled or struggled, but just plateaued a little bit, may have had a negative impact.
Kist has one back. I don't think Clayton's a shoo-in. I think he's in the conversation, winning the World Cup, getting to the match play final.
He does have a very good record in the Premier League, though, and I think that counts for something.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think he's in the mix. I wouldn't say he was guaranteed, but I think he's... no, James Kist doesn't have a tour card. Oh, absolutely, Matt. Kist has been... He's literally playing himself into absolutely everything right now. He's going to Minehead, going to Ali Pally.
Does it give you the bug, Matt? By the way, congratulations once again. The final man. He only makes finals, does Matt? Sneaking header in. Interesting. Four each, by the way. It would be, wouldn't it? This could be over. I could be in the pub.
It could. However, at the moment, well, that's a big visit from Noppert because Kist is on a charge here at the moment. I wouldn't call it genius.
Who are we calling genius?
Like Jamie says, has Hetter's different walk-on been a stroke of genius in terms of trying to get him in the Prem?
I think those that make the decisions will see through it a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm upsetting people again on that one. Look, it's nice that he's trying something different, isn't it? It's better than just strolling up there. If that's what he does to get ready, then fair enough. I mean, nobody questioned it when Peter Wright... Well, nobody questions it now that Peter Wright does it. nobody questions it when Dimmy dances or whatever else. I think because we didn't see it from Damon straight away is why people have more of an opinion on what Damon does.
Oh.
But if he keeps this up for the rest of his career, that's what he's into, that's how he wants to prepare for matches, then fine.
Oh, I certainly did question Dimmy's dancing.
Not quite John Michaels, is it?
It was just last year during the Premier League when they were literally turning his music off at the top of the steps before he even started walking on the stage. Kister's in front. Kister's in the ascendancy here. Noppet's got to stop this juggernaut.
Noppy missed a dart at tops for a 103 and got punished by Lewis Hamilton.
It's 3 legs on the spin for Kist and has the darts here.
John Michael's dancing is so bad, but it's just so watchable, isn't it?
Oh, Matt, did you see the news that look, it's not official. Sorry, we're talking wrestling here now. That the power couple are filing for divorce. Any truth in it that you know?
Steph and Triple H.
Yeah.
Grow up.
But it's the fact you knew who the power couple was is massively.
I love John Michael's walk on. You know what John Michael reminds me of when he walks on? There was an old Mortal Kombat game called Deadly Alliance.
Yeah.
Right, they killed off Liu Kang right at the start of it. But in there was a character called Bo Ray Cho, and he used to fight in drunken fists, so he just used to like wobble about a bit.
Cool, mate. Yeah, I saw it this morning as well, but John Michael played at the Super Series this year.
Yeah. He was more of a ghost character though, wasn't he, Matt? When he brought Liu Kang back, like, it was just weird. Chopped his head off. The problem was I had Mortal Kombat like 3 on the PlayStation, and I absolutely loved it. And then they killed him off, so I hated the game because of it. Oh my!
The original Mortal Kombat was such a good game when it came out.
Sub-Zero.
Finish him! Do you remember the Mortal Kombat cartoon?
No, I never watched Mortal Kombat cartoon. Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Transformers. He-Man even made a reappearance when I was a kid.
Oh, nothing that like Masters of the Universe, the 80s cartoon, is up there in legend status. And I won't have anything else said against it. The 1-2-2 from Kist on the ball, just watching it on the stream, was sensational. And Noppy is up against it now. Also, again, showing my age, and Matt will appreciate it, a very young Courtney Cox in the Masters of the Universe film from the 80s. With Dolph Lundgren in it.
I watched Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, the other day, and she was in that as well.
Yes. Laces out.
Shagging Jim Carrey with a load of otters running around.
You know, Jamie, 80s cartoons, early 90s, the best. Fraggle Rock. Now we're talking. Like, my 2 favourite cartoons were He-Man and Thundercats as a kid.
Danny gets another back. Still looking for a breaker throw, though. 6'5". Get your shoes on.
I'm getting on. This is where I'm going.
As well, chat room. God, as well. Matt, I'm gutted. We've never had a Thundercats movie.
No. We're saying Gob as well. I was born in 95, pal. Leave me alone.
You've seen Thundercats.
No. I've never seen Fraggle Rock, but I know that reference because my mum just says anywhere that's a shithole looks like people from Fraggle Rock. Or the Wurzels.
Oh, Matt, it's not even a question. Pink Power Ranger.
Oh, Kimberly.
Yeah. Not even a debate.
Kimberly, yes.
This needs to go, or at least leave a double for Danny Noppert.
I can leave a 2-darter here. 60 just enough? You should
No.
get that. What, 81? Yeah, that's fine. You should get at least a dart and a bull after that. 6 darts from here should be more than enough. 2 at tops. If he comes back. Ooh.
Misses the ball.
Aniston or Halle Berry? Aniston.
Noppy's missed a golden opportunity there.
Halle Berry in Dying of a Day, though. Woohoo! Jinx. Oh, Christian.
Is that the first mistake Christian Kist has made in this final? Because Noppy's back level and has the darts.
I may have an inkling, Matthew.
Was it on Dart Connect? Can I go back and have a look?
I think Catalonia was, you know.
It's not in their archived events on Dart Connect.
How are we doing, Charles? You've timed this right, mate. There's potentially a leg away at the end of the day, but good to see you, mate.
I tell you, Noppy's done well to stem this tide because Kiss was like a runaway train at one point.
6 darts, wasn't it? From 2-6.
But Gob said he wanted a last leg decider and his wishes may be answered.
Piss off. You're not excited for the next 2 days either.
I'm still going to jump on towards the end.
No, we don't want you.
All right, fine.
You jinx Gary Anderson.
Hang on a minute. Jinx. The man lost with 111 average or whatever it was.
Nibble. Who was the last non-tour card holder to win a Pro Tour?
Scott Williams.
Scott Williams. Looks like this is heading Danny's way unless Kiss can bang in a max. 135 is okay. Outside shot. But expect 6 from 161. Although as a pro, Christian probably expects a double from 113. And he got one.
Oh,
Will he get another?
this 104 for the title is second of the year.
Which way will he go for this? This is probably the most versatile finish.
Yeah.
Because 16s, 19s, 18s, and 20s all leave decent routes. Oh, Christian Kiss, what have you done? What have you done?
Disaster for the lipstick.
He didn't get a dart of the 113 either.
Oh,
Danny boy! Who missed a dart low for the 104. Outside. Outside, inside for Kist. What's Danny done there? I thought that was it. Yes! Danny went inside.
yeah, and bust it, yeah.
5 and then threw away the last. In disgust.
Drum roll.
Finish with it. Finish with it. Yes. Boo! If he's gone 5 perfect, he's getting a slap.
Gob's going to give him a stunner.
Bang another one in here to leave double 8. 10 data. Go on. Boo! Oh, that's not bad though, is it? He's on for an 11 to win it after blowing match darts in the previous leg.
It's not a bad reply, is it?
Oh, it was 5 perfect as well.
Oh,
Danny, he knew. He's dragged it so badly knowing he's on a 9. 6 darts from 56 for the freeze. It goes into what a superb deciding leg from Danny Knopper. Of course, it went all 15 legs, knowing that I have somewhere to be. Absolutely typical. But a superb performance from Danny Knopper earns him his second Pro Tour title of the year, beating Christian Kiss, the non-tour card holder, here today. A big thank you to everybody that has joined us throughout the day. If you haven't done so already, please do drop us a like and make sure you subscribe to the channel before you do clear off. I'll be back tomorrow from 1 o'clock, hopefully with a couple of guests. I've definitely got one from about 3-ish. We're hoping to get another one for that early session at least. Barzi will be on the Super Series. We might make an appearance from him, but we don't want that, do we? Superb. Anyway, big thank you to everybody that has joined us. Thank you to everybody that interacts with us. And we will see you all tomorrow.